Test, test, test.
Yeah, your mic is okay. Yeah, so
Test, test, test.
yeah, your mic is fine. Yeah, so James, we came from Discord here to have this live conversation, so others can also listen to us and eventually participate. So basically, the moral argument
Test,
is
test,
that
test.
yes, I can hear you well. So
Can I
the
at least
moral,
throw up a dummy image here?
sorry. Yes, we can. We are
Edit
live. Okay.
audio avatar. Maybe I can. Upload avatar. Well, I'll do that. Sweet.
Okay. Great. Yeah. So first of all, are you an atheist, agnostic? What is your views? What are your views?
Are moral values objective? Oh.
So James, are you an atheist? Are you agnostic? What is your position?
I feel underprepared. I feel like I'm showing up to a college exam and I never even cracked the book.
Yeah. So can you answer my question? Are you an atheist, agnostic? James? Can you hear me, James? James, can you hear me? James, can you hear
Still
me?
there? I hope there wasn't.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, crap. Okay, so I see your thing pulsing, but I don't actually hear you.
You cannot hear me?
Yep, same thing, unfortunately. Wait, okay, do it again.
Can you hear me?
No. See, I was wondering if it was a Discord thing. I'm not hearing you through the thing. I don't see any sound settings in the actual thing.
Well, you have at the bottoms below cam microphone. There you can put the settings. And
I can see you're talking, but I can't hear a thing.
Well, that's strange. You can eventually check your
cam. Well, chat with us. That doesn't look like it's any help. Cam mic. Audio. Default. Speaker. Interesting. That's obviously not working. Let's do that. Okay, try it again, Altangelo. Say something again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Okay, so whatever it was the output was pointed at the wrong thing. I heard you when you just said something.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I asked you previously, are you an atheist, agnostic, theist? What do you believe?
Oh, okay. Let me try to steer clear of a label, and I'll let you apply whatever label you feel comfortable with. I'm in the camp where I think knowing is not possible, but believing is based upon whatever evidence can be demonstrated. So
yes, we cannot know in the sense that nobody has absolute proof either of God's existence or not. We are agreeing on that. But what is your current belief?
My current belief is any claim stands unsubstantiated until it's demonstrated.
Well, that's what I just said, that nobody can demonstrate either that there is a God or not, right?
Sure.
So that means that if that is your standard of proof, you shouldn't be neither a theist or an atheist, because both positions cannot be warranted by empirical demonstration. So if that is what you demand, then you should be an agnostic, right?
If that's the position you want to, or if that's the label you want to apply, I won't fight you over it.
No, I'm asking you, what do you believe there is a God? Do you believe there is no God? Do you have no position on that? What is your current viewpoint in regards to that question?
Depending upon the God you propose, I don't necessarily assert a belief in concordance with that God. So if you presented the Christian God, if you presented any number of the Egyptian gods, if you presented the Jewish God, any number, I mean, basically, if there's any God of which a group of people on this planet worship, it is very highly likely, I will say, that God doesn't exist.
Okay, so do you believe that the natural world is all there is then?
Ooh. I don't want to be pedantic. Can we can we define what we mean by natural world?
The physical universe.
Physical universe. I'll be honest. I'm sort of in the I don't know. I really don't know. If so, I'm an engineer. So if I am working out the independent variables in a solution.
Okay, are you an electrical, mechanical engineer? What is your field of engineering?
Aerospace.
Okay.
So I sort of take in a bunch of extra ones, but it's primarily mechanical.
Okay, all right.
If I don't have a reason...
Yes, I am a machine designer, so
Sure.
maybe your studies are a little bit more advanced than mine, but basically we are in the same professional field, let's say, somehow. Okay.
Yeah, you know, the mechanical interactions of different systems. It's all in the same field.
Okay.
If I don't have a reason to incorporate some kind of X factor into the solution, then I don't necessarily see a reason to account for it.
Okay.
So I'm sort of in the camp of saying, if I don't have a reason to assign a value to it, it gets no value.
Okay, so I come back to my previous question. Do you believe that the physical natural world is all there is?
I can't make that assertion. That's I feel like that's overreaching for my position.
Okay,
that might be not satisfactory.
So let's establish a framework here. Either there is a God or gods in plural or not. This is a true dichotomy. Would you agree?
Either there is a God or gods, or there is not.
Correct, yes.
I agree.
Okay, so basically we are dividing the camp of worldviews in two basic buckets, let's say. Okay, in one there are gods or a God at the bottom of reality, which is eternal, conscious, intelligent, necessary, ultimate, and instantiated the physical world. And in the other bucket, there is just the physical world. Okay?
Okay.
So the entire atheism debate is in regards of which of the two worldviews warrants more, is more warranted, is more likely to be true, right?
I don't know if I agree.
Okay, so why don't you agree?
Well, because what if I don't know?
Yes, but you just confirmed that basically there are two competing worldviews, one where there is a god or gods in plural, and the other where there is not, right?
Sure.
Okay, so the entire atheism theism debate is in regards of figuring out which of these two competing propositions is most likely to be true, right?
No, I'm not there.
Why not?
Um, because my takeaway is that there's theists and atheists, and I'll use these terms just for the purpose of conversation. That theists would say there's a god or gods, and atheists say there isn't.
Right.
Um,
That is yes. And as soon as you say there isn't, then you have the burden of proof,
okay,
right?
then I choose the third bucket. I don't know which of the first two to choose.
Okay. So since since there are these two options, and there is evidence based on the fact that the physical world exists, we have to answer the question: how can we best explain its existence? How can we best explain that we exist, right?
It is certainly a proposition worth exploring. Yes.
Okay. So the question is, how can we make a distinction between what intelligence can instantiate and can do, and that contrasting to what non-intelligence is unable to achieve? So there are things that only intelligence can do, and there are things that non-intelligence cannot do that intelligence can do, right?
I don't know if I can tell the difference.
Okay. So um, in order to know if the physical universe most likely is the product of an intelligent eternal creator or not, we need to be able to know exactly what distinguishes the action of intelligence compared to what random unguided events are capable to instantiate, right?
I suppose that is a method of approach. I don't know if it will yield an answer.
Well, why are you unsure that that would yield an answer if we have clear contrast between things that intelligence can do and things that the non-intelligence can do or cannot do compared to intelligence? That is a clear contrast, right?
Um, because I don't think it's clear enough. I think there's things that intelligence can do without intention that can yield unexpected results. A kid can leave soda sitting in a petri dish out in the sun for a week, and that can yield a host of bacteria in a short amount of time. That bacteria could yield a certain form of life. There was a Treehouse of Horror episode in The Simpsons where that culminated in an accelerated form of life that breeded an intelligence that treated Lisa as a deity. Um, I'm not necessarily saying that's something that could actually happen in real life, but I'm incapable of distinguishing that circumstance from something that could or could not happen with the same set of initial conditions.
Okay, I agree. There are things that we as intelligence beings can produce, and then when you show the product to someone, it will eventually not be able to make a distinction if that specific product was the product of a designer or not. I agree with you on that. But there are other features which we can clearly say this must be the product of an intelligent agency. Okay. And I think you, for example, as an airplane engineer, if your boss comes to you and says, I need that you make an airplane with these specific dimensions for that specific purpose, and then you sit down and make a blueprint of precisely that airplane as your boss is demanding you to design. And then you go to another engineer and show him your drawings, both the drawings of the individual parts and then the drawing of the entire airplane. And your colleague has no knowledge whatsoever about who made these blueprints. And you ask him, do you think is this blueprint the product of an intelligent agent, of an engineer, or rather of random happenstance? What do you think your colleague would answer?
Well, I appreciate your question. I don't know if it can go down the distinction between the product of a natural designer and a human designer.
Well, I would say, first of all, your first reaction, would it be, well, a colleague, an engineer made the drawing, or would you say it happened by happenstance?
If I'm presenting a set of blueprints to a colleague, they would know right away, right?
Yes, what would be their answer?
They would think I generated these plans. They would
maybe you or maybe another engineer in the company, right?
Yeah, but that's because anything that exists as a plan for flight in the natural world, from an evolutionary aspect, doesn't exist in the form of a blueprint. At least not like that. I mean, I could draw blueprints that incorporate what would be termed bad engineering design, in the terms of some serious complexity with the growth of feathers and things like that. But if I did something like that, I mean, they'd probably look at me like I was crazy.
Okay, let's so let me suppose that your airplane, rather than using gasoline as fuel, it would produce its own energy, electric energy.
Electric.
Okay. Yes, let's suppose that your airplane would be moved by solar energy, having solar panels to generate energy.
It's interesting you say that. I hope this isn't too far of a tangent. My stability and controls professor at NC State, he was actually part of a design team where they came up with a design of an aircraft that was literally designed to be as efficient as possible, use solar energy to power these pusher props and just stay at altitude, just soaking up the sun's rays and using that to provide all the thrust they needed to be able to maintain altitude.
Good. So you are familiar with the concept. First of all, in order to have a solar powered, a photovoltaic system, you need solar panels, right?
Sure.
Okay. So would you think that a random happenstance would make a blueprint of solar panels?
I'm not trying to be pedantic. Isn't botanical life on this planet almost exactly like that? Photosynthesis is basically exactly that process.
Good. Do you know which molecule in photosynthesis is capturing the photons?
I actually don't. That's beyond my knowledge.
Okay, so in photosynthesis, chlorophyll is the molecule which captures the photons and shuttles it down to the reaction center. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the interesting parallel or analogy that we can draw here is following. In order for we as humans to make solar panels, we need factories with complex machines and a production line which makes these photovoltaic, these solar panels, right?
Sure.
Okay, so if someone wants to make solar panels, he requires to have foresight to make the entire product to plan the entire production process, right?
You're talking about coming up with a process that mimics something that we see in nature.
Now, I am just talking here about human-made solar panels. They need engineers which make the entire project of the factory which then builds these solar panels, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you need at least 7 or 8 individual fabrication steps to have these solar panels. Okay. Now, the thing is, if one of these steps in the production process is not there, you cannot have the end product.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay. So that means that you, as an engineer, you need to sit on the drawing table. And if your boss comes to you and tells you, James, I need you to make a factory that produces solar panels, then you will have to make the entire invention. You need to invent all these machines and the entire production line process, where in the end you will have solar panels, right? Now, it is interesting that in biology and with photosynthesis, it is very analogous in the sense that chlorophylls, they require 17 individual proteins, which you can analogously see as robots. And it is a production line process where the initial product goes to the first protein, it is processed, and it goes to the second, and it has to go through the entire process of the 17 proteins, and in the end you will have chlorophyll B. Okay. Now, if one of these proteins is missing in the entire production line, you will not get as the end product chlorophyll B. And there are 7 proteins in that production line which are uniquely used in that biosynthesis pathway. So they could not have been co-opted from a different metabolic pathway. So
is your point that it's highly unlikely?
It is impossible, literally, because you would need to make 7 proteins, each with a specific function in the production line process, where one intermediate product is handed over to the next protein, which will continue to process it and then hand it over to the next protein, and that in the 17 times. And the thing is that the intermediate products, they will produce reactive oxygen species, which are toxic to either cyanobacteria, which do photosynthesis, or a plant, or the leaf of a plant, and it will literally destroy the surrounding and the leaf or the cyanobacteria. So there have to be protective mechanisms in order not to destroy the surrounding. And you have to have this all at once, otherwise you will never get that biosynthesis pathway, because it will be destructive to the organism.
Possibly.
Now let's suppose that we have all these proteins and we have the production line process, and in the end we have chlorophyll. Okay. Now, if you don't have the antenna complex, which holds all these chlorophylls in a functional way together to capture photons and to shuttle them down to the reaction center, you have no function.
Could be.
Yeah, no, that's and you can see that analogously to your airplane, which is driven by solar panels. If you don't have the mechanism to direct the energy captured by the solar panels to the battery, and usually a photovoltaic system requires 5 parts in order to be able to store electric energy. If one of these parts is missing, you have no use for your solar panels.
Sure.
And the same situation is in photosynthesis. Even if you have chlorophylls and you have the antenna complex and you have the reaction center, and then you have an electron which goes into the electron transport chain, and then in the end to ATP synthase, which is the energy turbine which generates ATP. If you don't have all these parts fully integrated and in an interdependent manner interconnected, you will not be able to have ATP.
Could be.
Which is the energy currency in the cell. So in the same sense as you need to conceptualize your photovoltaic system from the scratch, from the drawing table, and you need to have foresight to know each of the individual parts what they need to do in the system in order to, in the end, to have energy which you can use. Unless you don't have all this foresight, you will never have energy at your disposal in the end for your airplane.
On its face, I agree. However, I don't think in the broadest sense that applies.
Why not?
Well, because I don't think nature does anything with intention.
Yes, nature doesn't do anything with intention, but a designer, an intelligent designer, would do so, right? In the same sense as you do, in order to make an airplane which is driven by solar energy.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you hit the crux of it. So who's the designer? What's he designing? And how do you know?
Well, in order to establish as an explanation, as the best explanation, you don't need to have an explanation of the explanation. So in order to say that intelligent design is a more case adequate explanation of the origin of photosynthesis, you don't need to have an explanation of the identity of that intelligent agency.
That's fair.
Okay.
So let's say we don't care who the designer is.
Well, we can ask that as a second or follow-up question, but the first question which we asked and which I asked you, we want to try to figure out which of the both propositions is the more case adequate one, design or non-design, right?
I think, did we start there, or do we start with the objectivity of moral values?
No, that was on Discord, but when we came here, then I did establish the initial beginning of our conversation a framework upon which make an investigation of origins, and I put on you a true dichotomy: either there is a God or gods or not.
Yes, you did send that to me.
Okay. So,
I got some reading material there. Some of this is familiar. Let's see. Do I think it comes down to? Please restate the question so I make sure I don't get it wrong. In terms of if there is a designer, we don't care necessarily about what the nature of the designer is, just whether or not there is a designer or there isn't. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be the first question eventually in a cumulative case for God.
Okay. You're familiar with Halley's Watchmaker, right?
Yes, of course.
So how would I make the distinction between something that is made versus something that is not made?
Okay, so as an engineer, first, if your boss comes to you and tells you, James, I need that you make an airplane which is driven by solar energy, you will sit down and you will think about how you can actually make that airplane, which then will be functional.
Mm-hmm.
So you need a thinking process. You need to sit down, and then eventually, after some time, you will be able to develop an airplane which is driven by solar energy. That is the first step. Now,
Okay.
the second step is that you send that blueprint to the factory, and there will be factory workers which are able to read that blueprint, and upon the individual drawings of the individual parts and the drawing which shows the entire airplane fully assembled, based on these instructions, the factory workers, they will be able to make both the individual parts, and then they will be able to construct the airplane based on the drawing which shows how to assemble the plane together, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let's suppose you go to a library, you put out there amongst many books one book, and in that book you see the blueprint of that airplane, and then you see a few pages later the airplane fully assembled. Okay, and now you don't have any information in that book whatsoever in regards of the mechanism which made both the blueprint and the airplane.
Okay.
Okay, and what will be if someone comes and asks you, James, what do you think? How was that airplane and the blueprint made? Were there some engineers engaged in making both the blueprint and the assembly process or not? What do you think? Was there intelligence involved or not?
Well, very interesting. If I can, I'd like to propose a counterexample. Is that okay? May I?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's say I'm a terrible engineer, just absolutely awful. And let's say my boss came to me and said, hey, I need you to make an airplane that does X, Y, and Z. And I presented a bucket of sand.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm an intelligence. This is what I presented.
Right.
Obviously, this is an exaggeration. I don't mean to say that there are some engineers that present buckets of sand as their actual hard-earned dollars work, but go with me with the example. Let's say I presented just absolute total garbage, and my boss said that this is awful, you're fired. I mean, that's absolutely a possibility, right?
Yes, it would be a possibility, and eventually you would not be able, if you wouldn't know the origin, you wouldn't be able to make a distinction if it was the product of a natural process or of intelligence. But in regards of the example which I gave you, James, and you encounter that book where you see in the first page the blueprint, and in the following up pages you see actually the airplane driven by solar energy, fully constructed and built, but there is no information whatsoever in regards of either who made the blueprint nor who made actually and built the airplane. And someone asks you, James, what do you think? Is this airplane just a product of chance, or were there some engineers involved in making the blueprint and then building the airplane? What do you think would be the most case adequate explanation in regards of what you see in the book?
Well, I think it's very easy to connect the dots and draw a conclusion based on preconceived notions.
Okay, and what would be your answer?
I don't know.
You don't know?
point is, I've seen too many examples of engineers producing all sorts of unviable options.
No, but in this case, we have a viable airplane which is fully functional and works based on solar energy and is driven and actually flies.
Yeah.
So, do you think engineers, intelligent people, were involved in making the blueprint at the airplane, or just unguided random events?
I can't make a call.
Why not? You are an engineer. Have you ever seen chance making blueprints in airplanes?
I've never seen nature produce the Wright Flyer, but I've seen nature produce eagles.
No, I am asking. No, I'm not asking now about nature. I am asking you about the airplane, which is illustrated and depicted in the book, the blueprint, and then in the follow-up pages, the airplane fully built. Was that? Do you infer immediately that this was the product of a designer or the product of random unguided events?
This goes back to my bringing up Haley's watchmaker. I can make a distinction between a pocket watch I find on the beach, and I can make a distinction between that and a remarkably intricate process of photosynthesis.
Well, I wasn't asking you now about the watch on the beach. I was asking you specifically in regards of the book with the picture of the blueprint and the airplane driven by solar energy. And I want to know from you, if you see a book with that, if it is the product of intelligence or unguided random events.
Yeah, I appreciate your question, and I really hope I'm not being pedantic.
I would just like to have a clear and direct answer from you.
Sure.
From there, then we can go further and elaborate a little bit further. But I wouldn't like that you just go to another topic and just answer my question.
Well, I hope I'm giving you that answer. You're asking me if I can look at a book and look at a plan. It's something that I can only do that's been made by a man for production by man. I can only look at that and say this is for man to be produced by man.
Okay, so intelligent.
Hey, Angelo.
Yeah, hi,
man. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good. Thanks, and you?
Oh man, I'm hanging in there. So I got a quick question. So James, I'm assuming you're not actually the James Benbrook of NASA.
I don't think I can claim the honor. You have me at a disadvantage. Who are you?
Well, I'm John LPP, but I'm assuming you're not actually the famous James Benbrook since he's dead.
Yeah, no, I'm not. But
so you're impersonating a famous person who works for NASA.
The guy in the picture. You can find me on LinkedIn. I just accepted employment with another company. I've never claimed to be anyone whom I am not. So
is your name actually James Benbrook?
It is.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So what kind of an engineer are you? Because I've been listening to you for quite some time before I even came in the room, and it seems like you're dodging very basic engineering questions, common sense. So, like, are you a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer?
Aerospace.
Okay. So, I'm assuming that you recognize that the information that's necessary to result in an end functional output requires forethought in order for it to be expressed.
If that's the intention, yes.
Well, I mean, you a minute ago you just said I've seen bad designs, therefore I couldn't be able to know if it was designed or not. I mean, that's like one of the, to be blunt, man, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, just because it was something was a bad design doesn't mean that you, as a supposedly intelligent agent, wouldn't be able to determine whether or not it was a bad design by an intelligent agent.
I don't know if that's a fair recollection of what I said. I would say
it's pretty close to what you said. You might not have realized that's what you're saying because you've been dancing around very obvious points that Otangelo's been making for the last 30 minutes.
Okay.
But
Well,
let me ask you directly. You haven't answered any of his questions directly. So let me ask you a direct question.
okay,
If you came across a schematic
sure.
for an engine,
Okay.
even if it had, it broke and it wasn't as optimized as like a Rolls-Royce engine or something, right, for a jet,
Piece of crap.
would you ever conclude that it did not require an intelligent agent in order for it to exist?
Would I ever accuse my coworkers of being worthless pieces of shit? I mean, sure.
No. I asked you a very direct question. Would you ever conclude that an intelligent agent was not required for what you were looking at to exist?
I would at least give them the basic modicum of being functional members of society. I'm not trying to dodge the question, but
James, you do understand what the concept of intelligent agent means? We're not talking about their IQ level. We're talking about the consciousness of the agent that's necessary to accomplish the outcome, or the pre-programmed capacity for computation in order for the end outcome to be executed. Like, this is very, very, very basic stuff, man. Why are you dancing around?
Okay, cool. I haven't taken courses in philosophy. I actually really want to. So maybe you can help.
Dude, this isn't about philosophy, man. Like, is there any scenario in which you came across a engine? Would you ever conclude that even if it was a shit engine, that it had not required an intelligent agent to be put into existence? So let me get this straight. Would you ever go in front of your peers at whatever company you're working for and be like, "Hey guys, I think an engine can build itself"?
Are you proposing like an engine schematic? Are you saying like an engine schematic for an engine to be produced?
It could be a schematic. It could be the physical engine. It doesn't matter either way. Do you think either one of those could actually come into existence without an intelligent agent being necessary?
Ultimately, I would have to say no.
Okay, cool. I'm glad we managed to get all the way down to the most simple yes or no answer of all time, coming from an engineer. Like, honestly, bro, do you actually think in any other context you would be like, oh no, of course it would require an intelligent agent? Except if you answer yes, we're going to annihilate you with the biomechanical components that are engines in your body that enable us to have this conversation right now. That's why you've been dancing. Either you're ignorant of the point that I made right there, or you are aware of it and you're dancing around because you know the second you acquiesce, then as an engineer, you now have to somehow explain how it's plausible that digital schematics can be necessary for the biomechanical machines which enable life to exist without an intelligent agent being the preceding necessary agent and causation.
Yeah, the reason why I'm hedging my bets is because you could end up with an end result of a schematic for an engine. And it could call for a certain series of processes, certain numbers, certain tolerances, certain specifications. And someone could say, well, where the fuck did this come from? This makes no sense. And it could have been the result of a glitchy fragment on a hard drive. It could have been any number of things that could have...
Right, but dude, even if there's a defragmentation of the hard drive, the original schematic had to have been created by an intelligent agent in order to be stored on the computer, which also required an intelligent agent for the storage process to happen in the first place.
So that right there also is assuming something that I was bringing up as a presupposition to the entire conversation. If someone's going to present a schematic to me, I would say, well, someone obviously wrote up the schematic with the intention of producing this ultimate product. So I agree with you completely.
Okay, so before I continue on this, what is your knowledge level of biological systems?
Probably not good.
Well, and this part of the reason I'm bringing this up, and I wanted to jump into this, because Otangelo was talking about some very high-level stuff, which, if you actually understood what was going on in terms of like photosynthesis, for example, from an engineer perspective, I don't think you would be making some of your claims.
Which claim is in contradiction?
That it could somehow just happen. I mean, you basically dismissed the premise that Antangelo was putting forth of like, hey, there are a ridiculous amount of engineering components and interdependent mechanisms that are required to do things all the way to the extreme. I don't think you mentioned this, but like, we even have to maintain quantum coherence in order to have the energy transfer and storage be optimal.
Did you say quantum coherence?
Yes.
All right. Now you're talking above my head again.
Well, okay. The point I'm making is that we have, like, photosynthesis is supposedly one of the earliest things that evolved through undirected process and random chance. Cool. Supposedly one of the earliest things, and it is so mind-bendingly complicated and intricate, and as Otangelo was talking about, all these interworking parts that are doing things so vastly superior to our solar technology. I mean, I'm talking vastly superior, that we're attempting to figure out ways to copy it because it's superior to ours.
I think I cited my stability and controls professor trying to utilize some of that technology to sustain basically a perpetual energy machine, a glider that could use solar energy to power its thrust propulsion system. I agree with you.
If you were being able to store close to 100% of the energy you can absorb from photons, then yeah, it's totally reasonable, right? But I mean, our solar panels, I think we got some that are getting up to 40, 50%. I know we got a few like rare ones that are a little bit better than that, but the average one you're getting off the street is maybe 30%. I mean, we got to put this in context.
That's not my area of expertise.
Well, going back to my original point, though, which was, if you're not aware of some of the, I mean, photosynthesis isn't even basic. Like the, Otangelo, did you guys discuss anything on like the information side, like the digital aspect, the arbitrary value assignments, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, James, do you know what the function of DNA is?
Outside of what it does, no.
Okay, DNA stores instructional assembly information to make proteins, which are in a literal sense molecular machines, and in the end to make functional cells, which are in a literal sense chemical factories.
Sure.
Okay, and there we have exactly an analogy or a parallel between what we as humans do, and you as an engineer, you sit down on the drawing table, you get from your boss the instruction to make an airplane which works on solar energy. You will make the blueprint, and that is analogous to the information which is stored in DNA, which is basically a blueprint which instructs how to make molecular machines. And in our analogy, you have a blueprint to instruct how to make an airplane working on solar energy. And in cyanobacteria or in plants, we have the instructions in DNA how to make photosynthesis. So we have a perfect analogy here.
I don't think we do.
Yes, we do. That is what
Okay, so why do you think it's not a direct comparison?
Because Otangelo already admitted that nature does not design with intent.
No, well, that has zero to do with whether or not there can be information that is with intent in order for life to exist.
Yeah, let me explain that to you, James. What we see is in life is basically a self-replicating, each cell is a self-replicating, fully autonomous factory, okay? Each single cell. And of course, there is no intent inside of the cell itself. But the question is if there had to be intent or intention to actually set up in the first place that self-replicating factory. That is the crux of the issue and the big question. If in order to set up life, if there had to be an intelligent designer which created instantiated life or not. And once you remove God as the explanation, then you are not left with evolution, because prior to DNA replication, there was no evolution. In order to set up life, you have just either chance, unguided random natural events, or intelligence. That is the dichotomy. But you have to have an explanation for all these things which I just described, which is DNA with the information, with the instruction, and then all the molecular machines, and there has to be a minimal set of proteins in order to have a first living self-replicating cell. And that demands an explanation. Either the explanation was design or non-design. What do you think makes more sense?
Well, I think it warrants exploration. I don't think it demands an explanation. It certainly doesn't demand an explanation from an absence of information or evidence or what have you. You talked about how these things could come about without certain things being set up in accordance with the ability to produce themselves. I don't have an answer for you.
Well, let me ask this. In your engineering, do you guys ever like 3D print prototype parts?
Not my field. I'm sure there's that too. But
Okay. Have you ever been involved in 3D printing?
actually, no.
Okay. When you're having to machine a part, you ultimately have to account for the X, Y, and Z axis and the time variables, right? And whatever it is that you're utilizing, whatever element you're using to make something, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then when you're creating the design file, you're having to obviously create all the 3D modeling, and then you're rendering that into a type of code. Like in 3D printing, it's like G code's most common, which you're then inserting into your 3D printer to execute the X, Y, and Z axis elements and time, or like the core variables, right?
You clearly have more experience with 3D printing than I do.
But it's basically, I mean, the same logic applies to machining and all sorts of other stuff. But anyway, my point is that in order to create these three-dimensional objects, you have to account for these variables. And this is the type of data that Otangelo is referring to in terms of what's being stored in the genetic code and housed inside the DNA. So you've got a gene sequence which has codons, which are, it's like binary, it's like an ASCII codec of, you've got 64 codons, which are a triplet of base pairs, and they equal an amino acid.
Can I, maybe I can make this shorter. Can I offer a counterexample?
Well, I don't think I haven't really finished my point yet.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you now have a gene sequence that can be, let's say, a helicase, for example, is like 900 and something base pairs long. Sorry, amino acids long, right? So you have to have, for easy math purposes, you have to have 1,000 elements in a row correctly in order for the appropriate three-dimensional object, which is part one of the helicase. You actually have to have 6 of them in order, and they all have to fit together in order to conduct a necessary function of gene transcription translation, which, and by the way, the helicase, this should have some relevance to you as an engineer in aerospace, the helicase spins at about 10,000 RPMs and literally unwinds something. It's not like, oh, it's just a chemical reaction. No, it's like physically unwinding your DNA in order for another machine to zip along behind it. But my point is that after it takes this gene sequence, which is the instructions for creation of this object, and it's translated by multiple other mechanisms, which I won't bore you with, then it goes over to a 3D printer, in this context, the ribosome. And the mRNA, which has been transcribed from the DNA, is literally run through like a computer tape. And it is read to control the X, Y, and Z axis and the element and the time variables. And at the other side of it, a three-dimensional object, in this context, part one of this machine, which rotates at 10,000 RPMs, is formed. Now, where it gets very interesting, and beyond that, that's interesting in its own right. What's very, very intricate in terms of the design argument is those codons, which equal the different factors I was talking about, never interact chemically with the object they represent. So you have arbitrary code values of, amino acid or base pair sequence A equals amino acid A, and they are not turned into each other. It is literally read. It is translated, and it is an arbitrary value that is interpreted. And I'm not making this up. Like, this is like well documented, printed. There's peer review articles on this going back for 40 years. I mean, Watson and Crick recognized this when they cracked the code of DNA. And so now you get to the point of what we're having to, why people like Otangelo and myself find this extraordinarily difficult for anybody who's an engineer, to be blunt, or somebody who's involved in technology and code like me, to accept this premise that stuff can create itself. It's like, hang on, wait a minute. So I've got a code base that has arbitrarily assigned data values, which are interpreted and decoded just like a communication system. And they equal the X, Y, and Z and time-based variables of a three-dimensional freaking machine that comes out the other side and then is modified and connected and then goes over and performs a function that chemically had nothing to do with its formation. And then I'm told that it's more reasonable to conclude that this created itself. Anyway, I yield. Go ahead.
I don't think I've made any assertions.
I didn't say you made assertions. I'm talking in general in context of what is put forth by many and ignored by most.
Well, it doesn't really make sense for me to answer for the assertions of others.
Okay, so the question I'd asked you the point I was making all this in previous points was, do you think that a 3D print script or design for a nanotechnology robot, do you actually think that if you came across that, you would ever conclude that an intelligent agent had not been necessary for it to exist?
Oh, well, thank you for clarifying. What does this 3D printing thing look like? Is it all of these processes that you just described in nature?
It's just in the video which you're watching right now. That is the process of translation in the ribosome.
Okay, so all of these complicated things that I don't understand that happen in nature?
Yeah, we are not asking you.
This is why I asked. This is why I asked if you had any knowledge of biological systems 15 minutes ago, because
I think with absolutely not.
Right, and as I'm trying to explain it to you, you're now trying to dismiss the point, and as Otangelo is showing you an animation of what is happening, and now you're asking us what the significance of the point we're making is?
You're asking me if I better understand how unfathomable it is for this thing that I don't understand to happen in a way that I don't understand.
No, I just asked you if you came across a schematic for a nano robot.
If
would you and the 3D printer that is necessary for it to be executed, would you ever conclude that did not require an intelligent agent? It's a very basic question.
I think I pointed out the flaw in this question when Otangelo originally asked it. If someone presented me a schematic, I have no recourse but to say, wow, this is a shit engineer. It's a schematic for something that doesn't work. Or maybe it's something that does work, works in a way that I don't understand what it does or why it does it. But if someone presents me a schematic, then it's a schematic. A schematic is something produced by a person, by definition.
Okay. So let me get this straight. If you came across a thumb drive and it had digitally stored data, would you ever conclude that an intelligent agent was not necessary for it to exist?
I don't think so.
You don't think an intelligent agent was necessary, or you wouldn't think one was necessary?
I don't think someone could present me a thumb drive and say no human was involved in this.
Okay, so if I handed you a gel chip that you could plug into your computer, and from a DNA sequence, you could download the same schematic, would you say, oh, because it was stored digitally in the DNA sequence, that that did not require an intelligent agent?
When you say a gel chip, I'm again not trying to be pedantic. I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical here. You're saying something that looked like it could have come out of the ground, either by some kind of outside means or not, and it somehow contains information I can plug into a computer and I can get meaningful information out of it. Yeah. Well, if it can do that, I am highly inclined to think, wow, someone made this so that my computer could read it.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the concept of a Turing complete system and code?
Wow. Say that one more time.
Are you familiar with the concept of Turing complete? Turing complete.
No, I don't think I've heard that one.
Okay. So a couple different aspects. So the Turing complete machine is one that can process any type of code. A Turing complete code is one that can be translated into any other. So the genetic code is Turing complete. And we've modified Verilog, which is a common language we use to program computer chips, into being able for us to write custom code for both DNA and as well as for doing data storage. So if I found the DNA sequence, if we came across DNA sequence that was stored in Amber, and then you figured out to crack the code and you decoded it and you found a schematic for a robot, would you say, oh, this is in DNA, therefore it must be natural? Or you would say, oh, holy crap, I found a digitally encoded schematic for a robot. This must have been the actions of an intelligent agent.
Okay. I'm very enticed by this. Sorry, I had a couple of beers. If I found a code in Amber, would I think it was?
No. You got inside of Amber. Okay. You have a long strand of DNA.
Okay.
You crack the code, and you realize, and you figure out, oh wow, there is a digitally encoded schematic for a nanorobot in this sequence of DNA, which is stored in Amber.
A nanorobot. So like absolutely advanced technology even for us.
Correct.
Okay.
And it's digitally encoded into this strand of DNA.
Okay.
Would you conclude that the most reasonable deduction would be that an intelligent agent stored said information in the DNA strand?
I'd be very inclined to think that, sure.
Okay, so what do you think proteins are?
I don't know.
I mean, they're nanorobots.
Are they?
Yeah. Hey, Otangelo, will you play the what's the middle left video that's showing up? Is that the ATP synthase video, or is that the electron chain transfer? No, to the left, far left. Middle row. No, the middle row, top to bottom, to the left. No, to your left.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
This is electron transport chain, not ATP synthase, but this is a good one. This is a really good one. Hey, Otangelo, I'm not hearing any audio.
Oh, let me put the audio. Yeah, because we are talking. So
is the audio important?
Skip ahead to the animation. The where they're explaining the engineering principles. It might be the audio might be good.
Here, that's great.
Yeah, take the mute off here. This is very important.
Okay, just a minute.
No, I don't think you had the mute button on YouTube.
I have to put the share audio, so that's why I removed it. Okay. Just a minute.
Therefore, the protein complexes and small molecules establish this gradient and maintain it, play an essential role in the life of the cell. At the heart of this system are four protein complexes, numbered 1 through 4. Complexes 1, 3, and 4 directly pump protons from the matrix into the intermembrane space. Complex 2 does not directly pump protons, but it does promote proton pumping in complexes 3 and 4. Proton pumping requires energy, and the four protein complexes get this energy by transferring electrons through a series of coupled reactions.
Just a quick stop here. What you see here, James, can be said to be analogous to a water energy plant. And in order for you to drive the energy turbine, you need a dam and you need the water to flow down in order to drive the energy turbine, right?
If you say so.
Here you see something analogously. What this creates here is a proton gradient, which then feeds the ATP synthase, which is the on the right, that structure. That's the ATP synthase, which is a nanoturbine, which generates ATP, which is the energy currency in the cell. Okay, so if you don't have a dam and then the water flowing down feeding the turbine, you cannot generate energy. And here it's the same thing. This is an interdependent system. You need to have the proton gradient, otherwise you cannot feed the ATP synthase turbine. So this is an all or nothing business. You have to have everything working right from the beginning. You cannot produce it by a stepwise evolutionary process. And this kind of things had to be there when life started. ATP synthase exists in every living cell, so it had to be there when life started. So it is an abiogenesis problem to explain how ATP synthase was produced in the first place.
Are you saying ATP syntax?
Synthase. That is this
might be a new word for me.
Yeah, the name of this protein is ATP synthase because it produces ATP, which is the energy currency in the cell.
Okay. Is this like a part of the mitochondria?
Yes.
This linked process.
Yes. This is the electron transport chain in mitochondria. And,
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Process of electron transport is why the four complexes are collectively referred to as the electron transport chain. Let's focus on complex 1. A byproduct of sugar metabolism called NADH deposits two high-energy electrons in complex 1, where they are passed along a chain of redox centers. Redox centers are clusters of atoms that have different affinities for electrons based on their unique atomic configurations. Let's closely consider a pair of redox centers to reveal two reasons why an electron moves from the top redox center to the bottom. First, the bottom redox center has higher affinity than the top one. Second, the distance between these adjacent redox centers is ideal for an electron jump to occur, which explains why electrons typically don't bypass the bottom redox center.
I mean, I don't know if this is helping.
Yeah, they go into the details here, so I don't know if this is relevant now. But
yeah, I agree with you. It's complex. It's very complex. And I don't know how it got to be there.
Well, what we can do is give you food for thought, James.
Sure.
Maybe it instigates your curiosity and you might want to, by yourself, investigate this a little bit further. But basically what we are saying is that the engineering process, which we make in order to make an artifact for specific function, like an airplane with which is driven by solar energy, we see that analogously in biochemistry in the biological world. There is the same chain of production, which starts with the information which is stored in DNA, and that instructs the making of molecular machines of individual units of subunits, and then in the end of an entire factory, which is the cell. So that demands an explanation. And I think it is logical that if we only know of intelligence, which is capable of doing specific things for specific purposes, which depend on instructional assembly information, we know that these kind of things always come from intelligence. And if we see the same thing in nature, then of course the question is, what does it explain best? And in my understanding, and in John's understanding, in John Jargon's understanding, many others, intelligent design is basically the only rational inference and explanation which explains what we see in the natural world, and in special on a molecular level.
Hey, Angelo, can you share my screen real quick? So James, real quick, I just want to hear from you directly that what you're about to see is not obvious nanotechnology. So these are different components that's necessary for DNA replication to occur. You're about to see one that's bright blue that's spinning right there. That's when I was telling you about the helicase that spins at 10,000 RPMs. You have all sorts of different components there.
I'll have to take your word for it. I don't think the frame rate is coming through the stream. Even if that's the case, this is unlike anything I've seen. This is as alien as it gets for me. If you're saying this happens in the natural world, cool.
Yes, this is DNA replication. Basically, DNA is replicated or copied for the next generation for making another cell, which requires to have the same information content.
For me, this is a lot different than seeing, for instance, MATLAB code that I can plug into whatever my latest version of MATLAB is, and then I can press play, and then it literally does the same thing.
Yeah.
Hang on. Are you asking, is this like plug and play?
Well, that was the basis of the thought experiment, right? If I could plug it into my computer and actually decode it and use it as if it was written by an intelligent agent, could I then conclude it was written by an intelligent agent?
Okay, so do you think that anything that you run on your computer does not go through a decode mechanism or a process in order to be reconstructed on your screen for you to look at?
I'm sure it does. I know it does.
Okay, so do you think that if you have something written in PHP, Java, C#, C++, or whatever, you don't think there's different translation mechanisms that are necessary in order for that code to be visualized?
I'm sure there are.
Okay, so do you have to have digital code in order for it, plus the translation mechanism, in order for it to be expressed? The answer is yes, in any aspect of what we're talking about. Okay, so the point I was making earlier about the genetic code being a digital code that we can, and being Turing complete, that we can, all you have to do is have the translation mechanism installed on your computer, like we do all the time when you're installing drivers and such. Every time you like install a new program or connect to a new hardware device, you install specific drivers to be able to interpret the different variations of the codecs that are necessary for that piece of machinery or software to be utilized. All you have to do is insert the same kind of driver for reading DNA code, and you can do it. And my point is, and this is where like synthetic biology comes into play, we are that's what we're doing. Like, we've created translation assembly codes that we write, and higher level languages that we're able to write custom functions, which we then translate into genetic code and insert into a DNA sequence. Like, that is synthetic biology. When we're doing, when Google, GE, and every other major tech company on this planet is investing billions of dollars into making DNA a data storage device for us that we can access, and because you can store ridiculous amounts of data in like, you could store every byte of data on the planet in a ball of DNA the size of a teaspoon. Like, that's the type of data storage capacity that there is. So the point I'm making in all this is, like, all of the arguments and things that have been put forth in this, that you're like, oh, well, it's not like this. If it was, then I wouldn't be able to get away with it. Dude, it literally is, except it's more advanced than the shit that you're designing right now. It's so mind-blowing that we're just now beginning to comprehend the level of advanced technology that enables life to exist. I yield.
Okay. It's super advanced.
The logic which John is using is, the more something is advanced and complex, the more intelligence obviously you need.
Can I get one sentence in?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
All I want to say is, cool. It's super advanced. Show me the intent.
Okay, bro. If you have a nanorobot, that performs in a specific function, are you telling me that if you have your little robot that cleans your floor and has the sensors and stuff set up to, like, bounce off walls and, like, look for dirt and shit, are you telling me that there is not clear evidence of intent?
I mean, function is interpreted.
Do you know what the main difference is, James, between biology and non-biology?
Well, I mean,
for example, the difference between a rock and a protein. Do you know what the difference is?
That is the crux of my position. You found it. That is the position I'm at. Now you understand the question I cannot answer.
Okay, so let me answer for you then.
Or taking viewpoints on certain things, but I don't think I've done that.
Please tell me you're not one of those people who doesn't think there's a difference between a biological cell and a piece of rock.
Well, one's alive, one's not, right?
Yeah, no, but that's not what John is meaning. The difference is that if you find a protein, if a biologist opens up a cell and looks into the cell and finds a protein, the first question which he asks is, what is the function of that specific protein? When a geologist sees a rock, he will not ask what function does the structure of that rock have, right?
I think you're in a field that I'm not. I can't do that. As an aerospace engineer, I can't look at a protein and even possibly begin to posit such a quandary. I'm not there.
Okay, dude. When you're creating, do you work with, like, drones by chance?
I have.
Okay, so do drones? I assume there's some that don't, but would the vast majority of drones require different input sensors to account for new variables in order to maintain, like, a hover function, for example?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so every one of your cells is surrounded by input sensors, which are utilized to send signals to initiate execution of different pre-programmed functions in order to account for new variables.
That is something I can know by looking at those sensors and understanding why they're there. Please show me the intent and how you know that's the intent in these cells.
Okay, so if there's a sensor for X, like it's cold, and then if the temperature drops, it sends a signal to the nucleus that says, hey, halt protein production temporarily because it's freaking cold and the 3D folds won't be done properly, and then everything halts. Are you going to tell me that you can't determine what the expressed intent of that mechanism is there for? When it sends an electrochemical signal that is specifically interpreted in a very direct way and causes a direct outcome, are you telling me that's any different than, oh, there's more wind that's pushing down, therefore we must increase turbine speed in order to maintain the same altitude in a freaking drone?
I'm going to tell you this answer in the most honest way I possibly can. If you take something as simple as fire and how it responds to stimulus, I personally am incapable of distinguishing how that is any different.
So you, hang on. Would you go in front of your peers, your fellow engineers, and say, "Hey guys, there's nothing different between fire and the sensors that you guys just created in order to maintain hyper-specific locale on the drones that you guys are building right now"? I literally, would you do that? Please tell me you would not actually be dumb enough to do that.
I mean, that's shots fired a little bit.
Dude, you just said that you couldn't determine the difference between fire and an input sensor. Would you go in front of your peers? Are you a PhD, a master's? Like, what are you?
I'm just a lowly bachelor's.
Okay, you're a bachelor. Okay, whatever. So, would you go up to the PhDs, that your bosses and such, and be like, guys, there's no difference between fire and an input sensor. I can't determine the difference. Would you do that and expect to have your job tomorrow, or them to be like, you're joking, right? Which one would it be?
I mean, what's the question again?
You said that you wouldn't be able to determine the difference between fire and an input sensor in a biological system. So, would you go and make the same claim to your bosses that you don't see a difference, but you can't determine the difference between fire and how it reacts and the end result of an input sensor that they've created and inserted into a drone?
I can tell the difference between a material that is undergoing a system of combustion and a piece of equipment that is designed to measure an input to some specified precision.
Okay, so if you have sensors in your body right now that are so optimized into the extreme that they literally cannot, according to the laws of the rules of physics and chemistry, cannot be optimized to any greater extent. Are you telling me that that's not the literal epitome of being optimized in the extreme for a specific sensory input output?
How is that not a tautology? If you have something optimized to the extreme, how is that not optimized to the extreme?
What?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. You just said that you could determine that you would be able to identify a mechanism that could sense something and then analyze it, right? And measure what is going on, correct?
If I had a piece of
fuck.
Well, I want to be precise. I'm sorry if that's tiresome.
Dude,
I mean,
okay, if you have, dude, what the hell what does a sensor do, bro?
Well, if you're talking about measuring something to a certain precision, then just any instrumentation is not just going to suffice. You could have a wind vane sticking out on the end of a pitot tube. That's going to give the pilot a very basic indication of direction of wind flow. Is that going to give him 0.0 degrees precision so that you can generate a simulation model of what the actual aircraft is doing in that particular situation? Those are two precisely different things. If you've got a flame that's reacting to ambient airflow and you've got a precision instrument that's supposed to tell you what your moments of inertia are doing and a flight test data point, these are two very different things.
Right. So do you think that I understand that, which is why I was laughing at you when you were saying that you were trying to make some sort of like oh, well, the combustion flame is happening over here. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference of a sensor in a biological system versus flame.
Well, my point is...
Okay, so and the point I was making, dude, is I understand there's different levels of sensors. And then the follow-up point that I was making, which just showcases your extreme levels of ignorance, was the point that I was making is it is recognized that the sensors in biological systems are optimized in their sensor level, right? The degrees in which they can measure, that they literally many of them literally cannot be optimized anymore. They're to the ultimate extreme. They're being able to measure 0.0 into, to the maximum 1 level of detail.
Yeah, then I agree. You've absolutely hit the nail on the head.
Okay, cool. So are they sensors? So if they can measure a specific thing that they're looking for to the ultimate extreme, does that make it a literal sensor, or does that make it a freaking flame?
Dude, you tell me. That's not my area of expertise. The problem I have in answering that.
Bro, how many beers did you have? Because you can't honestly be this dumb.
Where?
I'm an hour and a half
Where
in.
is the written instruction?
Well, dude, we showed you animations of literal nano robots, and you're still claiming you can't even understand. Dude,
is that cool? I don't know who's moderating. Is that all right?
James, can I quote you here quick something? This is from Herschel from 1830. He said, if the analogy of two phenomena be very close and striking, while at the same time the cause of one is very obvious, it becomes scarcely possible to refuse to admit the action of an analogous cause in the other, tough, not so obvious in itself. Translated to what we are discussing here, James, and what John is trying to explain to you is that what we as humans do is we make blueprints, and then based on these blueprints, we make machines and factories. That's precisely analogous to what we see in nature, in biology, but what we see in nature is far, far more complex and sophisticated and advanced than any technology and engineering that any human has ever produced. What does that mean? It means logically and obviously that the engineer and designer which made biology must be far more capable and intelligent than we are. Would you disagree with that?
We are no different.
It works.
I agree with you. It's super advanced. Now show me the intent. Where is the intent?
Well, God's intent was to create a universe, to create life, to create something which would mirror His power, His love, His nature, His intelligence, and in order that all His creation can glorify Him and give Him praise for who He is. That is, in my understanding, the intent why He created the created world.
Well, that's not really connecting the dots between like the super advanced, specific biological thing that apparently works better than a tiny flame or something.
Dude, do you think that voltage gates? Dude, voltage gates. Are you familiar with voltage gates?
I think so.
Oh, fuck. Okay. At X volts, then opens at Y volts, it closes. That's the simplest version of it, right? But you have to have little freaking sensors that can gauge the voltage that's being passed through in order to open or close a freaking gate. Okay?
Jives with my understanding.
Okay, cool. So what do you you don't know. Okay, so you have sodium ion channels and potassium ion channels that have voltage gates that hold at, I think it's negative 100 millivolts and open at negative 30 millivolts.
So this is more biological stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
biological
and it has 1,800 parts.
Can I save you about, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes? I don't understand.
So okay, so you don't know do you not understand how a voltage gate works?
Well, I understood the very basic thing that you just. I'm an aerospace engineer. I'm not an electrical engineer.
Man, okay. So you got a degree. So did you get your degree in aerospace, or did you get it in like mechanical engineering, or what?
Yeah, my expertise is in stability and controls and flight handling qualities. That is where I've spent the vast majority.
So you're telling me in college you never took like basic engineering classes?
Yeah, of course I did.
Okay, so you should know how a voltage gate works. It's like one of the most fundamental components of all modern technology.
Yeah, it jived with my understanding. I concede at that point. I was just trying.
Okay, cool. So if we have literal voltage gates that are necessary for your brain to work, and for your muscles to fire, and
Okay.
for all sorts of other things to happen, and they have 1,800 parts each, but then you have to have another one that it has a pump that was going to pump out the ions that just got brought in based on the action potential and the gate being opened and the action being expressed and the electric signal being passed through, which has information that's being sent to another input sensor, which then executes the function that's predetermined before it ever gets there. Are you suggesting that voltage gates and electrical chemical signals that are being sent with very specific functional outcomes, are you stating that does not showcase pre-existing intent from an engineering perspective?
Yeah, if it does, it is in a way that I am unaware of because it is not my field.
Well, does it have to be your field in order for you to understand what? I mean, we are talking here about the concept and the fact that it is obvious that you need intelligence in order to have certain systems which John is trying to explain.
Well,
I don't think it is so difficult to understand.
I'm empathetic. I am on beer number 4, and I'm an hour and a half into this. So yeah, there's going to be some things that are difficult for me to understand.
Okay, so maybe we should have a conversation when you have only Coca-Cola or water, right?
Maybe. I don't know if that'll do me any favors. I'm not that smart of a guy.
No,
what are you drinking? What are you drinking?
You ever have Founders in Michigan?
No.
They got like this bottle ship series. Oh, it's fucking fantastic. It's on point. I don't know. It's might be Starship or whatever it is. It's goddamn delicious. It's one of those grab bag labels. Whatever I get from there, it's good. 11.2%.
Real good. Dude.
Yeah.
It must be so good, James, that it makes you believe that chance can make everything.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's good. Yeah.
So I will concede that all of these systems that have been brought up are super complex, and it could be astronomically imperceivable how they could exist without some kind of specific intent or instigator beforehand. What escapes me from a philosophical standpoint, I don't know, maybe it's not philosophical, maybe it's just me being stupid. I don't see how you can put the stamp of approval and say, yes, it couldn't be anything else but someone doing this with intent.
Well, we can do that. We can do that. Do you know how, James?
How's that?
We can figure out what the odds would be to have, by unguided random means, the assembly in the right sequence of a helicase protein, which requires 1,000 amino acids, lined up in the right specified complex sequence in order to get functionality.
I don't know if that would do it for me either, though. I mean, okay, so it's astronomically absurd. It's astronomically absurd for me to throw 3 bullseyes and darts, but I've done it.
Okay, bro. If the fucking bullseye or the darts are laying on the table, are they ever going to get thrown into the bullseye? Ever?
I just don't see the intent.
Dude, if the darts are just laying on the table and you're not there to throw them, will they ever get inserted into the bullseye if nobody else comes along and throws them?
If raccoons come in there and ravage the place, they could sling darts all over the place. It's possible they could even sling them onto the dartboard with some astronomically absurd possibility.
Dude, the raccoons would also be intelligent agents. The raccoons would still be intelligent agents.
We're talking about.
Hey guys, at this point, Okay, so at this point, we're actually wasting time with this guy. He's clearly a Dodge artist clown show who doesn't actually use his brain, and maybe he just had too many beers. What's up, Isaiah? How you doing tonight, man? You've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. Das? Is that your name?
Yeah, he's calling me LPP. What's up?
LPP. Are you from America?
I am.
Yeah. And are you a believer?
Yeah, me too, sort of.
Do I believe in? Am I a theist? Am I
Are you
a Christian? Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm a Christian too. And Jargon, are you a Christian too?
Yes.
Jungle is also a Christian, yes.
Okay, so I'm a believer
Yes.
as well. But can I ask you a question, LPP? What kind of car do you drive?
What kind of car do I drive? Well, up until last week, I was driving a Prius V, but it got totaled.
Oh,
Sorry to hear, man.
Yeah, the road literally collapsed in front of me. They were doing construction. There was a steel plate, and the concrete collapsed and totaled my car. Anyway, what's up? Why do you ask?
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So if you saw me driving around in a Maybach, would you want to change your car with mine?
No.
Really? A Maybach?
No. I'm aware of what it is, but no.
Okay. What about a Lamborghini?
No, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care if it's a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, a Aston Martin. Doesn't matter to me.
You wouldn't want to change your car?
No, I mean, would I drive yours once? Sure, but would I swap my car? Hell no.
Okay. Well, then that kind of destroys.
Well, I want to book on.
Well, see, Isaiah, years ago, I stopped having my size in my pants be measured by the car that I drive.
Okay. Unrelated. Okay. So the point of that, and you're not playing along, but okay. So the point of that, most people would say that they would want to swap out, right? And so from I'm coming in, I'm listening to the way that you're talking to Mr. Ben Brock, James, great name. That's actually one of my favorite books in the Bible. But if we should be driving around in something that they should want to swap out. And so if you're calling them names and talking about their intelligence and using pejoratives to describe their intelligence, I really don't think you're going to be able to win this guy in a debate right now, and then he's going to want to become a Christian. He's going to be drawn to that.
Isaiah, so you apparently must have missed the first 45 minutes, where there was very calm, attempting to explain things in a very simplified version, to make sure there should be understanding that a 5-year-old would understand in terms of the ultimate basics, to which we have had nothing but the exact same dance, dodge, and basically he's insulting his own intelligence in his responses. And at some point, I'll just be blunt with you, Isaiah. One of the biggest reasons that I ever got involved in YouTube was I got tired of, well, wuss isn't the right word, but people who just want to be coddling to brainwashed individuals who purposely and willfully turn off their critical thinking skills in order to maintain their ignorant state, which enables them to avoid the obvious conclusion, which is that God exists.
Mm.
And ultimately, if you are an engineer and you sit there and claim that something that requires digital code, 3D printing, has engineering that is optimized in the extreme, that enables quantum coherence, 100% energy storage, and all these other things that we were explaining to him and showing animations of. If you're going to continue to cling to the desperation that I can't know the difference between a sensor and a flame, I'm sorry. At that point, you have crossed over the line as a man-to-man conversation as adults, where I'm going to continue to treat you with some sort of acquiescence to your idiocy and ignorance. At some point, individuals on YouTube, for example, and people who call themselves Christians, and I'm not questioning their salvation. I'm questioning the fact that one of the reasons that we are now in a modern society in the situation that we're in now is that people for 100 years bent over to the secularists and said, "Oh, please, may I have another, sir?" and just said, "Oh well, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree, and I understand why you're just not understanding this, and I'm going to acquiesce and allow you to brainwash generation after generation, so that we lead to people who supposedly have PhDs in different topics and can't explain the fundamentals of their own supposed area of expertise." Which is why the acquiescence is getting ridiculous. Anyway, I yield.
Can I have a quick word? Is that all right?
Go ahead.
And
Yeah,
they're doing a
please.
lot of damage too.
I hear a baby in the background, and I think it's freaking adorable. I don't know who
Oh,
that
you
is.
want to see?
So,
Hold on.
is that yours?
She's indisposed right now, but this is
Very
Leah.
destructive.
She's half Korean. This is my little baby.
That's
It is
nice.
hotter than Hades here in South Korea. So
Oh,
Oh, you're in
congratulations.
South Korea. That's cool.
That's very
Wow.
awesome.
here, baby.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah, I
Listening.
just want to say that that's fine. The only reason I'm engaging in these conversations is I'm trying to educate myself. This is an area of conversation that I hope to broaden my horizons. I've never really stepped far outside of my whole aerospace engineering field. I like listening to Otangelo, Matt Dillahunty, Darth Dawkins, Kent Hovind,
Oh, God.
and Ham. I listen to them all. I don't care. I find it terribly engaging, enlightening, interesting. People make fun of me. I don't care. I think this is where the real interesting questions get asked and explored. I don't mind the ad hominem, or let's not even call it ad hominem. I don't understand why he's not getting it. Hey, I don't understand why I'm not getting it. I want to understand where other people are coming from, so that I can better understand myself.
So James,
James.
I do want to apologize on behalf of Doss, because I don't think he's going to apologize to you. But as a Christian,
don't worry about it. It's all
I am going
good.
to apologize to you, because that's uncalled for.
He's putting his best foot
Okay.
forward to try and explain
Okay.
some very engaging topics that I obviously a couple beers in, it's not sticking at the moment. It looks like this is being recorded on YouTube. I'll go back. I'll review this. I'll put my best foot forward, and maybe something will stick, and maybe I get some of what you're putting down. But I do want to
Okay,
emphasize.
James, I just want
it is
to
my
know
area of
one
expertise.
thing, James.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
So, James, with your area of expertise, I just want to know one thing. You do realize that a flame doesn't have instruction, and it doesn't have a directed working purpose. You know that, right?
I do understand that the scientific consensus is flames are not a living thing. It's interesting, like I think early on in my schooling, it was always brought up as one of those things that satisfied whatever those list of, like, these satisfy what a biological entity it is. And they would say, hey, look, a flame satisfies this, so clearly something is wrong. Either a flame is alive, or these criterion are.
No, but it doesn't. It doesn't. But it doesn't have instruction. It doesn't have a function. It doesn't have a purpose.
Yeah,
By itself.
totally important. I agree.
Okay,
Actually,
so
there
it's
is
totally
one thing.
relevant to biological mechanisms.
Actually, it doesn't have every part too, because one other thing is that there has to be some kind of fluid behind it. So every other being could have has some kind of fluid. So it does move, it does breathe, it does reproduce.
Well, just about everything burns. He does have a point with that, because just about everything burns. Believe it or not.
Isaiah, are you actually trying to argue that fire has digital code as an underlying necessity for its ongoing perpetuation?
No, I was saying
Right,
that it's clearly not
exactly.
alive. I was saying. I mean, did you not hear what I said? I said that he said that it qualified as the other parts, and I said, yeah, it does move, it does reproduce, it does die, it does produce waste, it does do all those things. But every other being that we have at least encountered has some kind of fluid inside of it. So that's why I say no, it doesn't qualify.
It was an outdated set of criteria, but it was interesting that the teacher brought it up that, hey, yeah, we've got these, but then look at fire. It ticks the boxes, but obviously we all agree it's not alive.
James,
So
let me ask you
And it
James, let
doesn't
me ask you
have.
another question.
Doesn't,
Sure.
If you see a
have any-
translation book on the table, and it translates from English to Chinese.
Sure.
And do you think a translation book requires someone which understands both languages in order to make that translation book?
Oh, that's very good. Yes. Yeah.
Good. In biology, we have the same situation where we have one language which is encoded in DNA, and the words are codons. They are the words have always 3 nucleotides. And on the other side, we have the amino acid language, and there is a translation going on in the ribosome where codons are translated and assigned to specific amino acids. That is 64 codons, they are assigned to 20 amino acids. That means there is a redundancy, and there is a literal translation process going on. There has to be an assignment of meaning of the codons in order for the machinery in the cell to understand that codon AUG means a stop sign, and then a specific amino acid is selected. Okay. Now, you answered that a translation book requires intelligence to set it up. What about the process which I just described to you? Do you think that could come up by random chance, by unguided random mechanisms which would make an assignment of meaning from one language to another?
Well, I have no idea, because I've also seen mechanical gears acting as a translation between one gearing ratio to another. I mean, we can say it acts like this.
Okay, but
doesn't mean...
Isn't there intelligence which has to set it up?
In one instance, sure, but we still fall into the Haley's watchmaker problem. I can't tell the difference between that and anything else.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. And gears have a designer.
Okay. They have a designer with intent, right? And we can show that. We can say, here's the designer.
For a purpose.
His intent. Because he can say that. He can vouch for that. But we don't have anything that can do that for the biological world.
Are you suggesting that a gear-to-gear ratio is the same as a translation of a word in English to Chinese?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So, does code require syntax?
Every code that I'm aware of sure does.
Okay. So, are you suggesting that gears have logic rules and grammar constraints?
No.
Okay. Would you ever suggest that? Well, would you ever suggest that a gear-to-gear interaction, in any way, shape, form, or fashion, has semantic meaning values?
No, I would never put it that way.
Okay. Would you ever suggest that gear-to-gear interaction would ever have pragmatics assigned to the interpretation of said semantic values that are governed by said syntax?
Say that one more time. There's a lot of words.
Okay, so pragmatics is the modification of something based on context, right? So would you ever suggest that the gears that you were referring to would ever have pragmatic modification to the semantic value that is being expressed and governed by the syntax of that code base?
Pragmatic modification. I'm inclined to say yes.
You think that gears can interpret contextual semantic value?
Do I think that gears can contain contextuals? You know, in a certain way, because there can be a slight offset and they can just sort of like fall into groove. Like they don't even necessarily have to like be perfectly in sync in a certain way. I might even say yeah.
Okay, so a minute ago So just a second ago, you just contradicted yourself, by the way. So just a second ago, you agreed that gears would not have semantic meaning values.
Yeah, not intrinsically or specifically. You could probably say they're likened to it, in which they can loosely fit together.
Okay, everybody knows that semantic value is an immaterial meaning that gets assigned to a symbol or a series of components, right? In the source and target alphabets, right? In the alphabet chains.
Everybody else in the room knew that but me.
Huh?
Then everybody else in the room knew that but me.
The point I was making is that you can't have pragmatics if you don't have semantics and if you don't have syntax, which are all things which you agreed that you don't have in gears. So if you have a code base, which is the genetic code, which has arbitrarily assigned syntax, semantics, and ultimately has pragmatic interpretation based on context, that your gear. The whole point I'm making here is to debunk your whole. Gears can be like this. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not even the same It's not even the remotely coherently relevant thing to bring up. If you're gonna because you just admitted they don't have semantic values, and the genetic code does have semantic values and pragmatics and a governing syntax. Unless you're going to apply all of those things to gears and gear ratios, then, which I hope you're not. Unless you are, then your whole point has zero relevance to the necessities and requirements for life to exist.
Well,
and ultimately determining whether or not there is purpose.
I don't think I'm bringing it up, but I don't think I was making a point. You were asking me questions. You might have gotten me in a gotcha because to be honest, I don't think I've ever gone down that road. I asked you to define semantics for me, so I'm not surprised I might have contradicted myself.
I started asking you the questions after when Otanjo got done explaining his point about the translation and what was going on in the interpretation. You said, no. Gear interactions and different gear ratios could be that too. And then I interjected and started asking these questions to basically annihilate your whole position that the gears have any relevance to whether or not there is a reason, A, what it actually exists, and B, whether or not it is reasonable to conclude that a intelligent agent is necessary for syntax, semantics, and pragmatics to be in play and required in order for us to even be having this conversation right now, both in the English language perspective as well as in terms of our biological systems. They're enabling us to have this conversation in English.
Okay, so gears cannot be naturally occurring. Is that your point?
That's what you took away from our last 5 minutes of conversation. That's what you took away from it.
You were talking above my head for the past 5 minutes. Yeah, I was trying to understand. I wanted to walk down that path with you to make sure I could go down every step.
James, you brought up gears while neither me nor John were saying absolutely nothing in regards of translation mechanism of gears. I don't know the gearbox of a car. That has nothing to do with that. What we are saying is that in biology there is a translation going on analogously to a translation book, like from Chinese to English.
Okay.
And the question is, if, as you correctly stated, that obviously such a translation book has to come from an intelligence which understands both languages, right? So if we see something analogously in biology, what conclusion do you draw from this?
If I see a book that's written, I have no recourse but to conclude the book was written by a person.
And if it is a translation book as well, right?
Well, same thing, right? It's a book.
Okay, so what if you see a translation process from one language to another occurring on a biological level, in biochemistry, inside of a cell?
Can you give me a for instance?
I just gave you an example. That's precisely what happens in the ribosome. There, a translation process happens from messenger RNA to amino acids, where 64 codons, which are the words, are assigned to 20 amino acids. There is a literal assignment of meaning, where one codon sequence means a specific amino acid. It is assigned. A codon is assigned to an amino acid. Okay?
It
Okay.
connects to amino acid. Yeah.
Yes. So you have to ask yourself as well, where does that assignment come from?
Okay. I think I'm on that page. Sure. Let's ask where that comes from. Can you
Yes.
show
What
me
would you answer?
the correct answer?
Yeah. So what would be your answer?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even I don't even have the beginnings of pursuing a possible conclusion based in science on for that answer. There's no way.
Can I get here on Tangelo?
No way it can be intelligence.
There's no way I could intelligently come up with an answer.
Right, that's true. So on Tangelo, can I ask you a question? What is your explanation for how God got here?
For what?
How God got here?
That's in there. That's
How
a
God
mistake.
got here? In what
How
sense?
did God come into existence?
No, God is eternal.
He
He
didn't.
never came into existence.
He didn't.
Otherwise, if God would have a cause, then you would have to ask the cause of that cause, and then you would have an infinite regress. Then you would never come to the explanation of
Right.
why there is something rather than nothing. So
Okay, good. So do you know how God created the universe? Like, was it out of nothing, or was he using some other kind of material that was already there to create the universe?
that's a good question, and I actually wrote even an article on Facebook in regards of that. I believe that first of all, matter is energy, okay, and energy is vibration, and I believe that God has potential energy or power at his disposal eternally, all the time. And whenever he wants to
By
create
necessity.
something, he can use that potential energy to actually actualize it. And that is what I think happened at the Big Bang, where he focused and concentrated a huge amount of energy into the singularity, and then from there started the expansion, the stretching out of the universe
Yeah.
and the creation. And there he instantiated as well the physical laws upon which the physical world operates
Right.
in a continuous and stable manner.
So I believe in something very similar to that.
By the
Like, I
word.
do believe in the big. What was that?
Yeah, go ahead.
By the word of his
Yes.
power. Sorry, I have a little delay here, so
So I do believe in
by
that.
the word,
but
by his word and power. Yeah.
Go ahead, Isaiah.
yeah.
Sorry.
So I do.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Never mind. Just go.
No,
Speak.
Dude,
Please.
Isaiah, just because somebody says a word doesn't mean you have to stop. Like, just keep,
Yes, go ahead.
Like three
Jungle,
times. I'm trying to keep
dude,
interrupting.
Isaiah, if you paid
I
attention,
muted Jungle. I muted
Dude.
Jungle. So go ahead, Isaiah.
Isaiah, if you paid attention, Jungle said he's on lag. He is in the middle of BFE in Missouri, out on some land by a lake. So he has lag when he comes into stream. So you just have to deal with it and not get all worked up about it, okay? You just keep talking, and Jungle recognizes it when he gets to the delay, and then he stops. It's all good.
Go ahead.
So I'm a Christian, but I definitely do believe in the Big Bang, because God would have had to have created everything somehow. Okay, whether you just spoke it into existence, like, we don't know the exact mechanisms of how he did that. So to try to hold James to the same standard, to try to explain everything, like, we don't know the exact explanation of these things as well as Christians, and we have to have like an amount of humility to recognize that. And I do want to ask, actually, James, can I ask you something? Are you an atheist?
I don't think it's knowable. Fill in the blank.
So more of an agnostic, yeah. So I do want to invite you onto my channel. I'm going to send you my email right here. It's rhepodcast@gmail.com. Because I do use an atheist co-host, and we do talk about, because as a believer, if I hang around a bunch of believers, then there's just like an echo chamber that happens. You say one thing, everyone else repeats it, everyone else agrees with you.
I
And
agree.
then you have a tendency to dismiss the other people's points that are being made. and then also to tacitly approve other people's behavior who you agree with. Like on Tangelo, I don't know why you're allowing this jungle jargon guy to drop F-bombs while having a discussion with a non-believer. Like, as believers,
for me.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, that wasn't general. That was me, buddy. And so let's address some of your points there. So you are talking about being in echo chambers. So how often do you engage in direct one-on-one debates about the evidence for or against an intelligent agent being necessary for our existence?
not very frequently, and because of the fact that if you go by James, actually the book of James, it says that the demons.
No. I'm talking about in relation with people against people who disagree with you, because you just made the point, and you made the very thinly veiled assertion that people like myself hang around in echo chambers. So I'm asking you directly, in the context of things that are being discussed here tonight, how often do you engage with people who have opposite opinions to yours?
Well, I just said I did a podcast. I do podcasts with atheists as my
No,
co-host.
I said specifically in the context of the evidence for or against an intelligent agent being necessary for our existence.
None, because we don't. Then if you're asking that, none, because I don't feel like that's something that I like. Okay, whether or not this guy James guy believes in evolution.
We're not talking about James right now. We're talking about you, because you're talking about me. So let's talk about. Let's go back and forth on this. Okay. So if you don't engage in it at all, are you even somebody who knows what the heck echo chambers are on the topic?
I know what that is because I've actually been inside of their echo chambers as atheists.
I'm talking about you specifically. Do
you hang around Christians and you just repeat the same points, how evil atheists are and how stupid they are, how immoral they are.
Okay, so I'm talking about specific. I'm talking specifically in the context of.
Well, you're insulting this guy's intelligence. That's not right, dude. I'm calling you out as a believer. All right.
Cool. Congratulations. Congratulations that you're a sissy boy. That's all good. I got no problem with you.
Okay, now it's talking. No, okay, I'm not talking to.
Now, if you want to run away,
Josh, I'm not acknowledging you still.
Well, that's great, bro. I don't care if you're acknowledging me or not.
The
point that's being made here is obviously you're a soy boy and are afraid to actually have direct conversations about things that you don't know about, which is fine because you don't have any knowledge of them, apparently. And that's all well and good.
John, let's slow down. Let's slow down. I mean, I understand your indignation, John, because you deal on a regular basis with atheists, and it can become annoying because what we are trying to convey should be very obvious to all of us, and to many atheists it is not, and it can be frustrating. I share the frustration with you, John, but I also think that starting to name call them isn't productive in the end, you know.
Well, that's all well and good. But little men like Isaiah coming in here and talking all this trash. Oh, I'm not going to engage with you. He says that all we do is engage with echo chambers. And then when I ask him directly about his experience and his knowledge on the exact topic we're discussing tonight, when he's obviously come in here trying to play some street epistemology question games with us, it's obvious, Otangelo. That's the whole purpose of him being in here. It's to play some street epistemology crap. That's all it is. Now, in the context of my frustration with James, is that I get and Otangelo, I know you know this, and feel the same way. We deal with you and I deal with PhDs all the time, and we have these conversations with them. And then when people who sit there and lord as James was doing initially, of like, I'm an engineer in aerospace and all this other kind of stuff, right? And then we try to explain things to him in ways that anybody who's an aerospace engineer that has worked for NASA should be able to understand this basic stuff that we're talking about. If they don't, how were they ever employed? This is such basic stuff. And I'm like, at some point, either you're full of crap or you're a liar. And
I can only explain it by the fact that there is a spiritual component in it. We are talking about things which have to do with worldviews, with origins, with God, you know. And even if agnostics do not openly admit or confess it, many, they are really, they have their bias towards atheism. They don't want God to exist. And I mean, when someone doesn't agree on something so obvious which we try to explain, then only what we can do is recognize that that person doesn't want actually to move away from agnosticism to become a believer. And in the end, we have to respect that and leave it to that person to make up its mind, you know.
For sure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like they're obviously free. It's the aspect of free will. You can make your own choices. But if you're going,
I've enjoyed
that's neither here nor there.
like you know, there are some very well-known figures out on YouTube which are far more outspoken in regards of their opinion, in regards of their interlocutors, atheist interlocutors, and they are heavily criticized because of their outspokenness and criticism. I mean, I don't think you are wrong, and that it is justified to be to have indignation, because we explain things in a very simple manner which should be understood by 10-year-olds, and atheists simply deny it. And so I understand your indignation, but on the other side, we need to understand that even if they don't admit or acknowledge what we are saying in our conversation, but in the end, by themselves and privately, they maybe they move forward sometime, even if it's not when we are present, and they maybe recognize that they are wrong, and it is not intellectually satisfying to believe in some irrational beliefs like naturalism.
Well, that's very fair, and I think there's multiple sides to the approaches to different folks. You know, like obviously, Isaiah likes to cuddle with people, and make sure he pets them and make sure they feel better if they're feeling a little bit insecure about whatever their position is, and that's fine. But there's also aspects of multiple things. Number one,
Getting to the point.
well, yeah, there's getting to the point. Yeah, number one. But number two, in my opinion, we are now in a position, especially in Western civilization. I don't know what's going on over in South Korea or wherever, but in Western civilization, we are on the little precipice of collapse in terms of morality and any kind of appreciation and understanding for things that are beyond the natural world, and the strict materialism that's being crammed down all the kids' throats. And I mean, when here in the United States, you have over 60% of the kids kids under 25 being nons, quote unquote nons. That's a serious problem. And when the number one reason that they are deconverting and shifting over to being atheists and agnostics and stuff in the United States is what they're being taught about origin of life and evolutionary theory in college. Like that's the number one reason that kids are talking about why they left their faith. I'm sorry. People like Isaiah can run around and cuddle everybody, but I'm not going to. And hey, bro, you're not responding to me, right? So why don't you
Joss, you know what? No, I became an atheist at Bible college because of people like you. People like you.
So you're actually an atheist?
I know I was an atheist.
So,
now I'm a believer.
Okay, cool.
But people like you turned me to an atheist.
Oh, really? So what were you before? What were you before? What were you before, buddy? Were you a Christian?
My parents are ministers. I went to Bible college. I saw the level of hatred, the level of judgment of Christians.
Okay. So, bro, do you know I went to Bible college too? And you know why I turned away? It's because of holier than thou assholes.
Yeah, exactly.
That ran around just like you, judging everybody and being like, "Oh, well, you said a bad word. Let's give you some demerits. Oh my goodness, you looked at that girl. I don't think that was a right look. Let's give you some demerits, literal demerits. And they go report for yourself. Yeah, I went through all that stuff too, buddy. And I turned away from it. And the point is that are we all holier than thou? No. What's one of the major reasons that people turn away and are from church is because they get judged by holier than thous like you, that you have clearly turned into. Because if you think that somebody talking some trash is what turns people into being atheists, then I'm sorry, dude. Do you have no backbone?
James, I'm gonna get off of here, but I
So,
sent you
yeah,
my email.
would you
This
be
guy is an
defending?
absolute. This guy's
That's
an
cool. I think
absolute
you might
joke.
too.
Hey, so are
James,
you?
So,
So Isaiah, are you in the military? Are you like stationed over there in South Korea?
No, I'm actually a missionary, but that
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
really.
cool. That's awesome. So, are you? Have you always been a holier than thou?
Has nothing to do with holier than thou. It has to do with you turning people off to Christianity and
Okay, cool. So,
abusing people who are not believers.
right now,
You're abusive.
right now, I'm talking to a Christian, right? So, can I
You're an
be?
abusive person. You're an abusive
Do
person.
I have to bend over for you?
James, did you get my email, James?
Yeah, I just emailed you. You get it?
Oh, really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Again,
no,
I apologize for
appreciate
Doss.
talking to you too, man. I get it. You
This
take
guy is
time.
incredibly toxic and incredibly abusive, but I would love to have another talk with you.
Well, I hope you can go get some salving of the abuse that I put forth tonight.
Okay.
Cool.
On Tangelo, thank you for having me on Jungle Jargon. Watch your talk, please, because we are supposed to be representing Christ. LP,
it's not
you need to
me.
find Christ.
Stop talking
So-
about me.
so,
I did not
Isaiah,
use,
Jungle
I did
never
not
said any
use
bad
any
words,
language
bro.
like that.
That guy's a hypocrite.
No, yeah, for him to come on and say he's a Christian, he doesn't know how to define God. He's to me, he's almost an atheist, and I don't know how he can claim to be a missionary.
That guy's
I'm a
that
missionary
guy's
kid, and I went through everything from the bottom to the top, all the way through.
over under on him being a progressive Christian. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know what he is, but he's not any kind of missionary I knew when I was a kid, or Bible teacher, or anybody. He doesn't even know how to define God.
What's it take to be a good missionary? Could I be
Yeah,
a missionary?
You have to
I
tell the
think
truth.
that. Well,
Is
I
that-
say that I am not in the position to tell others how they have to do their testimony or the proclaiming what they believe. So the same goes
Right.
to you, John. I think it's up to you. You have to define how you want to have your interactions with others. I, for myself, I was also in that dilemma. Shall I call atheists idiots and stupid and things like that? I actually even questioned that on my Facebook timeline, and several people said, "Well, maybe it's not the best way how to interact with atheists." And since then, when I see someone is not willing to actually um, coming to a reasonable conclusion after a dialogue, I just leave it to that. I don't think it is productive to start name calling atheists. That at least is my view on that, you know. And I mean, there are others which I would say are really toxic, like Smoky Saint is really toxic, and I don't understand
I
how
think
many people still interact with him, you know.
I think
Well, I
I
wanted
think
to-
Tangela, I think what you're saying is correct. I think what you're saying is correct. But the last thing I want to do is to discourage somebody who is, on top of these atheists and their belief and the damage that they're doing to the world. They're on the side of, preserving truth, and I don't want to discourage that.
Well, I have
know,
recently
the
had
end
many
is to
conversations on Discord, and what we see are atheists which you can provide them all possible kind of evidence that you want, but they have an
Yeah.
unreasonable commitment to atheism, and you will never be able to convince them about anything. And
Right.
that's it how it is.
Right, and
And
it's the
I mean,
same.
it doesn't change their mind if you start to name call them.
And it's the same thing with the atheists. The Holy Spirit has to work in their heart. The same thing with other believers. The Holy Spirit has to work in their heart and to convince them.
Yeah, I think that starting to name call them, it builds walls and not breaches. And what I try to do at least is to build breaches, even if atheists disagree with me, but at least to have a good dialogue, good conversation. But many times I see that I'm disrespected, and then I simply stop interacting.
So I'm looking at this
And
guy's.
sometimes,
Go ahead, Jungle.
I mean, John, did you
yeah,
see every time then when I got to a Speed's channel, he put that Benny Hill song just to ridicule me, and then he promised me that I could come on again and he would not do it again. I went there a couple days ago and he just did it again, and I said, okay.
Yeah, I was there. I saw that. So yeah, there are a bunch of clowns over there. But okay, so I'm looking at this guy's podcast, and oh yeah, look, here's someone he interviewed on June 19th. This guy, I've seen videos from this guy. This dude claims to be basically the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. That's somebody this guy interviewed.
okay.
That's
the one in Siberia that
No,
recently
no.
got fucking arrested in this last 6 months because he had a cult with people like 2,000 or 2,500 people living on his. Yeah, there was one in Siberia that's been going for about 10 years, and they recently had to do a whole.
Yeah, they like sent in a SWAT team to get his ass. But
Yeah, that guy was mad. I watched a couple of interviews with him. He was fucking insane. Thank you,
Yeah,
Antonio, if I can. Sorry, I don't mean
Yes.
to interrupt. I just wanted to say thank you for
Hey, Pig.
Antonio. Hey, Jungle. I just want to say thank you for
Hey, Pig,
Antonio
long
for
time
letting
no
me.
see.
Wow,
Yeah, we
Jungle,
talked.
wow, Matt Pig is talking 3 times to me and you interrupt Jungle and don't hear what he's saying. So just a minute, please. Go ahead, Matt Pig.
I just wanted to say thank you for letting me join. And out of all the people that I have talked to, no disrespect to anybody here, but Ontangelo is a living representative of what he just said less than 5 minutes ago. And I don't agree with Ontangelo on an awful lot, but like he'll turn up for streams that have no reference in anything religious whatsoever. He'll say a couple of things and we'll be like, Ontangelo, now come on. And he'll be like, okay, we'll have a bit of crack then. And he hangs about and he talks. He's even interacted with my fucking mother. All right. So respect on Tanslow.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
well, I have to say that Otangelo does have ridiculous amounts of patience. I have to give him mass amounts of credit for that because
I'm not that bad.
Math Pig, you can be that bad, as you know.
Oh, I'm an asshole. Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm an asshole to everybody. And
No, very true.
I know
very
it's
true.
a trope. I know it's a trope, but Ontangelo is my token Christian that I screamed at Leo for. So I will state that again. Leo was an asshole. He overspoke him. He was disrespectful, and Ontangelo was deserving of having his minutes, his 2 minutes.
All right, so since our previous guest was talking about apparently myself, Otangelo, and others, we don't interact in jungle. We don't interact with atheists. Apparently, we hang out in echo chambers, which I think is laughable. But
Well, here you go. I just told all of them they were wrong because I'm here now.
well, James is also not a part of our echo chamber. We were discussing with him, but okay. So here's my question for you as an atheist.
I'm not an atheist. I'm a mess. But go on.
Do you think that quote unquote Christians or theists in general, do you think that we should just let ourselves be run over and never push back against the arguments that are being made very aggressively oftentimes, and the playful banter, sometimes insulting banter that's directed our way? Should we just sit there and be like, oh well, thank you, can I have another? Or should we, if we actually want to have dialogue, we got to punch back and hey, let's argue on an equal playing field. And if you don't be an asshole, I won't be an asshole.
Right. Well, I agree with the very last statement you made. I have problems with the words that you use back and forth. We're not going to Steve McCrae this shit, but the best idea that I can aim for is a pub, Friday night, pool table, darts, talk about fucking shit, punch people in the face, buy them a pint the next week. Everybody's allowed to their opinion. Everybody is allowed to disagree. But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean that we have to fall out over it. Be honest, speak your mind, and be open. It doesn't mean that because we disagree, we can't speak.
Right. Well, no.
I disagree with some of the words that you use, man, with pushback and this, that, and the other. And I totally understand that there is some assholes out there that will meme the shit out of it. They'll do atheist tropes and all that there. And then people, from my opinion, I'll shut them down as well because it's not a worthwhile conversation.
Well,
I was
no, yeah, I agree with you completely. And that's kind of the point that I was trying to make to that Isaiah dude. It's like, bro, if people come in and either play the extreme, like, come on, man, like, is the grass green? Well,
No.
I'm not sure if is it always green? I don't know.
Long story short, people who are out to get gotcha moments can go fuck off and scream and shout in their echo chambers. I'm open to discussion. I'm open to talking about it. You know, it's take your gotcha moment and shove it up your ass.
Like for example, there's this guy named John. What is his name? John. Anyway, he in a conversation I had with him, he literally would not confirm or deny whether or not the hat that was on his head required a designer or not. And he's like, well, I can't be 100% certain that I would assume so, but I can't be sure that the hat on my head required a designer. I mean, it's like, right. Dude,
well, I don't know the context of the conversation, but I'm sure the context of the conversation was quite philosophical. And they're all, if you take a person from the fucking Amazon, dump them in a city, are they going to know what a city is? You know, it's going down that route. That's the point he's trying to make. And that's exactly the problem that I see. You know, it's.
I resemble that remark there you just said.
Jungle did come from the jungle.
Oh. But you get what I mean? You know, jungle. Stop with the atheist tropes.
Popped into a city.
I'm just trying to make a point. I'm from the pigsty, man. We do everything in mud. You know, it's just a point I'm trying to make. So, it's stop with the tropes, stop with the memes, break it down, have a genuine conversation.
Well, there is the idea of being able to speak the language that the person can understand, and a lot of times you have to use a vocabulary that they can understand too. So
see, vocabulary that they would understand, or defining words when you're explaining a conversation.
The very existence of language by itself, I think, discredits atheist thinking. It's irrational to believe that language could come into being from non-language, that language could even exist if humans were just a product of rock soup. Right. If language is semiotic, it's forward-thinking, it's linguistic, and in cases, it's algorithmic. I mean, these things require forward thinking, but matter only interacts with other matter in real time when matter is in close proximity to other matter. So how can you possibly explain forward thinking with pure chemistry? It's impossible. See, right. This is one of the proofs. This is one of the greatest proofs, in my opinion. This is one of the greatest proofs that theism is correct. Is that humans, for example, have the ability to think forwardly. We have the ability to think about the future, plan for future activities with inbuilt contingencies, etc. Right? But matter, chemical reactions only happen in the now, in the present. They don't happen in the past. They don't happen in the future. They're only happening right now. Chemical reactions have taken place in the past. They will take place in the future, but all chemical interactions happen only in the now. Okay, so how does forward thinking come into being from chemistry? It's impossible, you see, because chemistry is matter interacting with matter because it encounters other matter. And that means only in the now. But minds, human minds, can think about and plan for activities in the future. See, so the fact that atheistic philosophical materialism requires that minds are purely chemical is complete utter failure and a denial of modern philosophical thought and science, because it denies the fact that forward thinking is a product, it cannot be produced by chemistry. And this is one of the greatest arguments from theism. It refutes all atheism, whether you like it or not.
I just want to say that Otangelo, you speak like, what, 6 different languages? The fact that you're able to converse at this level with so many different people with so many different backgrounds, I feel like that's... I don't feel like that can be understated. That's not sarcasm. Yeah. That's not facetiousism. The fact that you can do that that is exemplary. So I don't want to take anything away from your point, F. I'm afraid I just wanted to be able to get that
May
out.
I address that point? May I address what Nafi just said? Is that okay, Antonio? I don't want to
Go
be
ahead,
rude.
Matthew.
But
Yeah,
hey, Matthew, before you do, and the point that James just made is why I laugh at putting Brain in the gang who claim that Otangelo doesn't understand the stuff that he's talking about. Oh, he's just not that smart. I'm like, yeah, okay, I yield. Go ahead, Matthew.
If I can say, Nafi, no disrespect, but you literally just made a statement that I am wrong. Everything I say is wrong. You know, I'm broad brushing it and I'm paraphrasing it and I'm being extremist. But I was literally just pointing out how Antangelo was open to a conversation. I think this is the first interaction that I've had with DAS, the LPP. We'll not go down the name, you know, there's PB and all, and, you know, it's the first time I think me and you, maybe second, that we've had an interaction, and we were open to conversation from the get go. You know, he never said that I was wrong. I never said that he was wrong. We both broke down what we talked about, and you flat out come out and said, by this definition, by this wordage, the way it is, you're wrong. So, you know, that makes me not want to have a conversation with you.
Oh, hey.
No, if I can just, I've only got like 5 seconds left.
Sure, go ahead and finish.
It just makes me not want to continue a conversation with you. On Tanslo, yes. Jungle Jargon, we disagreed, we haven't since, but yes. LPP, I do want to continue. And the Sinner Saved by Grace, good fucking beard, man. Good beard.
But, you know, I'm just not one who hides the truth. That's all. I'm sorry.
Yes, I understand that.
I state facts as they are.
Okay, well, can I make an example from our side?
Wait now. You're interrupting me. Wait a minute. You're interrupting me. You asked me to be silent while you spoke, and I was respectful.
I was disrespectful.
Let me respond for just a few seconds. I don't even need a few seconds. So I only state things as they are. I'm one of those human beings who actually I am bold about stating things that are true and known to be true, whether somebody takes offense to it or not. And the reason I do that is because I find the atheist worldview to be so utterly offensive and so utterly anti-logical, counter-logical, and counter-scientific, and dangerous, in fact. Dirty dangerous, that in fact it threatens the very decency of a human spirit and the value that they have in place in their relationship with God, their creator, and it threatens that position. And there can be nothing more dangerous than leading a person away from a relationship with God, so that they, instead of experiencing his incredible grace and love, that they experience only his wrath. There is nothing more dangerous than an atheist telling other human beings who have indoctrinatable minds, for example, 12, 13-year-old kids, that the atheism is the truth. That is the worst, most evil, and dangerous thing on this earth.
Okay, can I address that?
Please.
Can I also use a personal testimony and ask a question before that? James, I'm not sure. Are you an atheist, agnostic? You're not a theist. Can we say you're not a theist? I think somebody mentioned that before. Do I have one person on my side, or am I on my own?
No, that sounds about right. You can say I am not a theist.
Cool. Love that. Just to make sure that I have some, you know.
It's the most accurate way I can say it. I'm not trying to be.
I always do when Antangelo joins. I do try and get fucking
That's
Spartan or something to join, so he's not on his own. I always do try and do that, and I'm just trying to be respectful of Antangelo.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
I have a child who is 4 years old. She is on the other side of the wall. She's asleep. She's in fucking 8-year-old clothes. Bitch be long. But her grandfather, which would be her mother's father, passed away last Saturday.
Sorry to hear that.
We knew he was dying for the last 10 years, and the last 5 he decided he was just going to drink and smoke himself into happiness. So he went out doing exactly what he wanted to do. So I have, you know, no problems with that, regardless of what it is and this, that, and the other. But the point I'm trying to make is her mother would be Catholic. Her mother would be Irish Catholic. If anybody knows what that means, it's very you know,
Oh yeah.
rosary beads and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And we've had the conversation with her being 4, and she has, like, Mummy said that Grand is in heaven. I'm like, well, that's understandable. There's a possibility of that. That's what Mummy believes, And we had this discussion, and she is very accepting of the fact of death. She is very much into bugs and understands when a bug don't move, bug be dead. She understands the difference between moving and stuff, and to the point where we were having a wake, she walked in and put her hand on her grandfather's head and was like, "Grand is dead. He don't mind. Look, see, it's okay. We can touch him. It's fine." He's not in pain anymore. He was suffering physically for at least the last 10 years. He's out of that and that's gone. And as a child, I didn't dismiss, I didn't say, Mummy's wrong. Mummy believes that. I believe this. There is no problem with that. I do draw some lines to a point last year on Father's Day. It fell that it was the blessing of the graves for the child's mother's grandfather and grandmother, which they have as a Catholic thing. They go to the gravestone, they do a blessing of the graves, and it was Father's Day. And I traveled 3.5 hours down south in the car so that the child was there for the family thing and all that and all the rest of it. I didn't want her to go to the actual 30-minute ceremony because that's my beliefs. Her mother understood that. And we had the whole family gathering, which is basically the main point of church and things like that. It's community. I'm going to broad brush it, but it is. There's an awful lot of community in church. So the child was there for that. She's seen her family that she only sees once a year. That's fine. But we went and spent Father's Day doing whatever the fuck I want to do because it's fucking Father's Day. She is open. I've never said that heaven doesn't exist. I've said that it's a choice, a belief, her mother, her this, she's allowed to make her own choices. She's on fucking paperwork as a Catholic.
Well, can I ask you a question? If people are allowed to make their own choices, then what is your opinion about atheist intellectuals, such as Richard Dawkins?
Oh, I knew you were going to say him. He should shut the fuck up and stick
it's
to
a valid
biology.
question.
No, he should shut the fuck up and stick to biology.
It's a valid question, considering
and I would,
your statement
totally
makes the question valid.
Yeah,
So,
totally, 100%.
So what is your opinion about atheist intellectuals like Richard Dawkins and Michael Shermer and Neil Shubin and others?
I have had.
May I ask the question, please?
Oh no, you're just ringing off names. I thought you were finished.
Excuse
I was
me.
interrupting because I thought you were just going to finish ringing off
So
names.
I'm just asking a question. Okay. So, what is your opinion about these atheist intellectuals who preach that philosophical materialism is true and that atheism is true without stating so directly, but allude that it is from all the arguments that they give, and such as that evolution is true and that the human being is a collection of complexly arranged matter, and that's all, and they're a soulless bag of matter, and they don't have a spirit. This philosophical materialism of the scientism of the scientific community, which is self-regulating and blackballs anyone who disagrees with their philosophical views. What is your opinion then about, if you believe that, as you said, if you stand by what you say, that people are entitled to their positions and their views? What do you think about those who strive diligently, like the men that I mentioned and countless others, who strive to indoctrinate young minds, especially young minds, high school and pre-high school age minds, even much older people, to believe that their worldview is correct? And then I would say this also relates to theism, because preachers, theologians,
If you talk for much longer, I'm going to forget what you started.
Also preach, that theism is true. So they, people like myself and evangelicals also preach the evolution. I mean, that theism is true. So we're attempting also to do the same thing, but for a theological, to cause people to believe that theism is correct. In fact, a specific deity. As being a Christian, I'm obligated to preach that Jesus Christ is the truth, right? See, so what is your opinion about indoctrination and evangelism, both on the atheist and Christian side?
Right, I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best to remember all of that. It is 6:15 in the morning for me, so I'm going to do my utmost best to remember from the start. Richard Dawkins needs to shut the fuck up and stick to biology. Sethan,
it's not just him, though.
If people need to stick to their fucking fields. Aaron Ra can't do philosophy. Matt Delahunt's an angry bastard. Seth Andrews has a lovely voice and used to be really good. And I have lots of problems with. I have no fanboys. I don't fanboy over anybody. I think everybody's doing it wrong. The only person that's doing it right is me. And I don't think we should put people in labels. I don't think that we should be held accountable. I made fun of Nakasuchi last week or the week before because he was talking about AXP and how he will not be defined by anybody making a statement and saying this is atheism. And then 20 minutes later, he defined himself by the Dawkins scale. So I called him out on it. I'm me. Talk to me. Come have a chat with me. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, again, man, I'm sorry. You talked for like 5 minutes. That's all I could remember, and I stuck with it and lost the end. But I think there's an awful lot of people that should be knocked off their fucking pedestals.
About academics.
Can
I butt in for just a second? In schools teaching their doctrine to kids that don't know any better. It's about academics that hate God.
No, my daughter knows everything left, right, and view. Like one of the most beautiful books that's in her fucking mother's house is a Bible that her grandfather bought in 1986. It is one of them old school knock on the door Bibles. I really want it. It's fucking beautiful. I have pictures. It's a beautiful book. I have no problem being open to everything. That's the idea.
I'm getting very narcissistic at the moment. Hi, Neff. Hi, Math Pig. Hi, and until what's your name? I forgot your name. I'm sorry. Otangelo. Thank you. Hello, Jungle Jargon. Long time no see, brother. Neff, no, long time no see.
Hey, brother.
That's all I wanted to say. Hi, Matt Big. I didn't mean to jump on you, bro.
Oh no, man, it's nice to meet you.
You know, Raw for years. He's an old brother in Christ. Matt Big, you didn't actually address my question, though.
Oh, go on ahead, man. If you can, you see, you went for like 3 minutes.
You didn't actually address my question. You just told me.
No, I'm just going to say this, right? I'm just going.
But you didn't actually address the question.
One sentence. That is your question.
But you didn't actually address the question.
I
asked for your opinion about indoctrination and evangelicalism in both the atheist and theistic worldview, because you mentioned how you criticized Dawkins and whatnot, but that's not sharing an opinion.
I wasn't sharing your direct point, Neffy, because I do apologize, but it went for a wee while, so I lost your direct point. So I will address it right now. If you ask me,
could you do so?
Yeah, I will address it right now. Okay. Indoctrination, by definition, in my opinion,
and evangelicalism.
Let them answer, please. Go ahead, Matt.
Indoctrination, by definition, in my opinion, is a bad connotation. It has a bad connotation. I don't think I've had arguments with very good friends of mine where they have put very good arguments across with indoctrination on, simple things like washing your hands, wiping your bum front to back and things like that. Teach them indoctrination. This is the way it is. And there's points to it. And I'm not going to go as far as saying the ends justifies the means. But if you can point out evidentially with facts, and you wash your hands, there's less germs. Indoctrinate the child in that. You cannot disprove that. Go with that. But indoctrination as a term is a bad thing. Education is what I think. Opinion and teaching people to make their own choices. The fucking tagline for my channel is think for yourself. It's not about showing you what it is. It's showing you how to think for yourself and make your own fucking decisions. Indoctrination, I do not like as a word, as what it defines for, either on the atheistic side or the Christian side. It's just a bad word.
I'm glad to hear that. So
You're thinking for yourself,
that sponsors another question, and this question is that. So since you agree with me, the indoctrination.
I agree with you on what specific thing. Just make your point. Don't say I agree with you, but go on ahead.
So then I assume that you mean that natural thought leads a person to the right conclusion. If they're free of indoctrination, then their natural thought should lead them to the truth, whatever the conclusion that may be, right?
I have a 4-year-old daughter, and all I want for her is
to be happy. That's what it sounds to me like. You would posit. So, if that being true, then I would ask you, what natural thought process leads us to believe that atheism is true?
If I can address that after I make a statement, is the only thing I want for my progeny, my fucking child, my daughter, is for her to be happy. She would be open to everything. If she wants to be a lesbian, transsexual Christian, she can do that. If she wants to be the president of the United States and has to do a coup to do that because she came from Ireland, I'll back her on that. I just want her to be happy. I don't give two flying fucks about any of that. The idea of what it doesn't matter to me.
So anything can make you happy?
So could you answer my question?
Define it again. Sorry, I did ramble and lost my point. It is very late.
Well, my question was that if you agree with me that indoctrination, that is causing someone beyond their will to believe something is true, is wrong, and I agree, and then as an atheist, you would have to believe that natural thought causes someone to come to the conclusion that atheism is correct.
No.
And I asked you what natural thought process causes a person to become atheist.
That was the point I was trying to make, and I diverged and tangent myself.
Well, you didn't answer.
I will not indoctrinate my daughter.
I'm not asking about indoctrination. Do I need to state it a fourth time? The question is simple. I asked you if you disagree that indoctrination is a correct process to cause true beliefs in a person.
And as I said,
then you must believe that a natural thought process is necessary to come to true beliefs about things. And if that's so, then what natural process of thought leads someone to believe that to rightly conclude that atheism is correct?
Now, from my understanding of your question, I will try and address it again. As I said, indoctrination to believe certain things.
I'm not talking about indoctrination. You're avoiding the question.
I'm trying to answer it.
No, you're not. You've avoided.
No, man, it's 6:30 in the morning. I've done a couple of streams. I'm trying to understand. And the reason I'm asking questions is to get understanding. If I'm having a trouble,
you don't have any understanding from which you can answer the question.
That's why you're avoiding on any point, as I have said, is wrong. I believe in.
I'm not talking about indoctrination. You failed. You're avoiding the question.
Can't teach the truth.
You're running from the question. You fail.
Could I have a go at answering the question?
Go on ahead, James.
I don't necessarily think any one particular line of thought or thinking or process should necessarily lead to any particular answer. I mean, these are very personal questions that we're all trying to answer for ourselves. I don't think there's any guarantee that even if there was necessarily a correct answer, that any one person could 100% of the time rationally get to it.
You know what you've just said? You've just said that atheism
I
and
could tell you what the
theism
truth
are
is.
equally plausible explanations for man.
No, I think people
Yes,
are.
you did. You don't
See,
realize it,
listen,
but
mate,
that's
mate,
exactly what you
Get to
just
the
did.
wrong
You
answer.
just said that theism and
You're
atheism are
talking over
equally
him. You're not
plausible.
giving him a chance. This is why, as I said earlier, you're not worth talking to. Jungle is better.
No, you're afraid of
LJP
me.
is better. You see,
That's all.
you're disagreeing.
No, you're
I try
afraid
to
of
say
me.
the same thing, man. I will teach and I will promote not
You don't have anything
indoctrination,
to teach.
but an education where people are
You're
open.
interrupting me while I was
Yes, I
talking
am
with him.
interrupting you. You interrupted him. You interrupted me.
No, because you're afraid to talk to me to answer
Don't
my
let me
question.
answer the question. And
You don't
refuse
answer
to
it.
take
I
my
ask you a
answer.
question, you won't answer it.
Are you asshole 104?
Will you answer the question that I asked you?
Yes. You
Please
mentioned indoctrination a couple of times. Do
No,
I think that
it's not about indoctrination. My last question wasn't about indoctrination.
I'll tell him the
See,
truth.
You're moving the goalpost backwards to indoctrination. That's not the question. You fail.
can I make a statement? Oh, I
You're
failed.
avoiding the
Thank you
actual
very much.
question
See,
that I
great on.
asked.
Gotcha. You got me. You got me. I failed.
Okay, so don't. If you can't answer the question, don't pretend I asked a
I
different one.
can answer it, but you won't let me. And when I
No.
try to, you
Okay,
don't
so
hear.
I'm going to ask you. The question you understand is not about indoctrination. Do you understand that? Do I need to restate the question
The fact that you keep
for the
mentioning
fifth time?
Oh yeah. Gotcha. You've got me, man. No, you win. No, you win. No, you
Okay,
totally win.
great. So
You
then
totally
let's
win. No, I
stop.
put my hands down. I am an
So
atheist.
stop
I
making
will
noise
convert
and
That's
to
come
not-
in.
Math
Stop
Pig is
making
That's
now
noise.
not
my
reasonable
Christian
either.
channel.
No.
Could you explain where I went wrong?
Well, James, I don't know. I was interrupted by Math Pig because
So
he
many
keeps
times because I'm
going
an asshole. I'm gonna keep
backwards
doing it.
towards indoctrination. But my question wasn't about indoctrination. You know,
I love how you point out I
confusing and
interrupted you and you
difficult.
won't let me answer the
So
question.
he's still doing it.
Of
James,
course.
you said that, if I recall correctly, you said something about I don't even know. This is how bad it is when people
I think I can
interrupt you.
recap
You
for
talk for
Can
5 minutes straight and you don't let anybody respond
Math
to you.
Pig,
You
you're
really
just
lose your point.
frustrated and pissed off because you can't answer my question
Man, I'm
directly.
having a great
And
time.
everybody
I'm not frustrated
sees it.
at all. This is
So
my
why don't you just be
time.
quiet and let James talk
Mute
instead
me.
of blathering?
Mute me.
James, could you?
My attempt at answering the question was any particular process is not guaranteed to yield any particular result.
So that's to me a relativism of such a sort that it seems to encompass any explanation possible and can't lead anybody to the truth. That's like saying
Nothing
you know,
explains
all
anything,
things
yeah.
are possible, and yet this thing is truth.
Well,
it doesn't explain anything.
You're right.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
What I should say, no. What I should say is any human exercising a particular process is not guaranteed to yield any particular result because humans are fallible.
Well, what kind of processes are you talking
Well, we
about?
can't know the truth.
That's really quite vague. I mean, what do you mean by that?
I was trying to basically hijack the processes you were discussing. I hope I was doing that appropriately. You were saying any process.
I said that
Neff, let me ask you. What Neff ultimately concluded with was, what is the natural thought process that results in atheism being the more reasonable conclusion?
Thank you. Yes.
And as I said, I don't believe that is the way it is. I believe that you should open it up and people are making their own choices. I don't believe that that is a true statement.
Can I go with skepticism?
There is no right answer.
I've been asking the question 15 minutes. Can't get an answer from an atheist. It doesn't look to me like
I just
atheists
give you
have
the
an
answer
answer.
because LPP.
It
was
just
listening
looks
to-
like
come on,
atheists
please.
don't have an answer. Looks like they
LPP
run
was
from
listening to
questions.
both of us. I
we're
could
not
To
agree
me,
with them.
to me, this looks like people who are failing at their apologetics because
LPP,
they
we
don't
respect
have
you
an
more than me. Can you
answer.
step in and
Yes.
ask?
I hope so. Am I close when I say
Making
skepticism?
excuses.
Okay, okay, hang on, guys. So what is being asked here is okay for MathPig. You are well. I know you said you're a mess, but you're an atheist mess, right?
Atheist, agnostic mess. Sort of used to be a deist for 10 years, but yeah, I'm a mess. But yes, I'm
Well,
a mess.
okay, in your current form, what was the natural process and thoughts that led you to be a fucked up mess?
25 years of discussing with as many people as physically possible from all fields to the point where I love to have the conversation that much. I bought a black car with tinted out windows and spent £400 on a license plate that said 666 and parked it at the front of everywhere I worked so people would have conversations with me.
Okay, all right. And what?
It's not a lie, man.
What?
I swear to fuck, I can get a picture.
No, I believe you. I know the
I
question is
love
being
the
asked.
conversation. I
Right.
love the conversation.
Okay, hang
I'm
on.
not
So
fighting
you're
on any point.
okay. So you're saying that
But you're
because
never
you like
arriving
having
anywhere. You're not getting anywhere.
but Mathig, are you stating
He's not
that
getting.
because you like having conversations about atheism, theism, agnosticism, whatever, that you have decided to not be a theist because you like having a conversation about the topic and
No.
for and against?
I have decided to be that way. That, as I said, I am 38. I left religion when I was about 11 or 12. I spent a good couple of years being a goth and
You decided.
anti-theist. No, please, Neffy. And doing that, I then went into a pantheistic sort of Akashic field, sort of that, because I was falling into the science and evidence, and this is the way it is, and you show me and repeatable, and this, that, and the other. And even for a good chunk of, as I say, 10 plus years, I was this spiritual person, as a lot of people would be. And only since in and around 2016, 2017, I have found the stance that I am now. So if you took my life,
Okay. So what I'm asking now
I'm
is
hearing evidence or
what
arguments
happened.
just spiel.
So what I'm asking is like specifically in the what was the culmination of all that
25
time?
years of life.
Well, no,
25 years of life.
Well,
That
I
was your
understand.
thought.
I
The
can't
thought
put it
I
in
understand
nice.
that, but there had to have been specific things. You talked about the science, like that. There had to be very specific things that are fundamental for why you do not think that
can give
your
you the
your original position is the correct one.
I can give you the stories if you want, which I feel are more tropes, but I can give you them because they are, they're points in my life which made me go this direction or that direction. But I feel that as a story itself, it's just more of a trope or a meme. But I'll give you one if you want.
All right, go ahead.
My mother and father broke up. My mother and she took me and my brother on. Whenever that happened, I was very involved with the Salvation Army 3 times on a Sunday. Went on a Tuesday, twice on a Friday. Very involved. I got my Bible covered to head to toe and top of class stickers. And I went to what they would refer to as the testimony, like a chair, a proper church chair, pew at the top of the room. I made a testimony, and it was just, I wanted a hug to know that everything was okay. I wanted some sort of feeling from God, some sort of, this is going to be okay. I knew that my mother and father weren't going to get back together again. There was problems and all the rest of it, but I just wanted someone to feel that comfort. And I know that you're going to say, look in something, you're not going to get it, but that was the starting point. I then stayed with the Salvation Army for about another year or so and started to progressively go less and less. And then in Ireland, there is alcohol and ladies. So when you get to a certain point and you're not into God anymore and there's boobs, I'm going to kiss you. So, it's...
So the truth doesn't comfort you? You're not comforted by the truth?
MathPig, let me.
I'm just being. I'm being
ask you something to
don't
think
straw
about.
man me. Don't call me. Don't know Scott on me.
Well,
I'm being genuinely honest.
Let me ask you to think about this. If somebody asks for God a blessing, help of some kind, but they don't want God in their life and all, is there
didn't want
reason to
help.
believe?
No, I didn't
No,
want
wait
help.
a minute. Please don't constantly interrupt me.
I didn't. You asked me a
Okay,
question
but
and I
please,
directed it before you go
I
3
didn't
minutes.
ask the question yet. I didn't even ask a question. I'm just trying to make a point.
You directly.
So my point is this: that if somebody is having a hardship in their life, and tragedy exists in all human lives, okay, so they're having a tragedy in their life, and they reach out to God and they ask Him to fix it for them, and He doesn't. But at the same token, they don't want anything to do with God. They don't have Him in their life. They don't have a relationship with Him, and they really don't want a relationship with God. And they maybe even deny His very existence. Is it logical that God's going to respond with a miracle to help a person like that, and just give freely some gift that's going to solve a major issue in their life? If God sees in their heart, they don't really want God in their life at all. Is that logical? To me, I'm
How
just
many
going to give you
questions are you going to ask? You've
my
now asked
opinion
3.
about that.
I'm making notes. You've now
My
asked 3
opinion
questions.
about that is this: that God provides responses to them who seek Him and want to know Him, and earnestly want a relationship with Him and to be a part of who He is. That's who God will give gifts and blessings to, but not to those who don't want Him in their life, who in tragic circumstances reach out to Him and scream out,
Anybody
God
moderate?
help me. Okay, God hears the scream out. He hears, God help me. God leans over his desk and says, I'm looking, I see you, I hear you. Yes, what do you want? And then the person in their heart says, I don't want anything to do with you, I just want your help. And God says, oh, that's all there is to that.
Right.
Okay. And he sits
Yeah.
back in his chair,
Oh,
leans
geez.
back, and sips his coffee once again.
Yes.
You see, that's my point.
We're up
So
to like,
why would
They
somebody
think
who
of God as
doesn't want a
insignificant.
relationship with God
I can't address
expect
all
a
these points.
miracle
I'll
from
be here.
God?
I'll be here
All right,
all
all right,
night.
all right, all right. Let's let Matt Fig respond. But before we Matt Fig, why don't you gather your
Okay.
thoughts? I think Jungle had a few things he wanted to say. Everybody, be quiet for a couple of seconds because Jungle's on
I
lag.
will
So
let Jungle go because I let Jungle go because it was directed towards me and there was like 6
Yeah.
questions and 4
yeah,
statements.
that's what I'm saying. Like Matt, that's what I'm saying. Matt Fig, you gather your
Hey,
thoughts and let's let
Yeah.
Jungle talk for a second. Everybody, be quiet
well,
because he's on lag. Go ahead,
but it's
Jungle.
short.
Hmm.
Yeah, they think of God as being insignificant. They don't think of him as being anything at all, and then they want him to respond to them while thinking that he's insignificant. So they don't believe him. They don't fear him. They don't have any respect for him. But they want to see a miracle. They want God to appear in front of them and do some kind of magic trick or something.
Well, the fact that an atheist
Hey,
wants God to have a miracle,
Neff, we
provide
got
a miracle.
Neff. Let's let Matt Fig respond. Go ahead, Matt Fig.
I didn't want a miracle. As I say, I knew my mother and father weren't going to
You
get
already
back.
told us you did.
Okay. I didn't want a miracle. I
You
just
already told
wanted,
us you did.
Come on, man.
please, somebody move.
Neff, let Matt Fig respond. Go ahead, Matt Fig.
I didn't want a miracle, as in my mother and father getting back together again, as I've said again repeatedly. I just wanted a hug. I just wanted that feeling that regardless of what's going to happen, not a miracle or anything like that, I just wanted that
Let's play the
sensation.
video back.
Oh, please, Neffy, please.
Oh, please don't tell us you didn't ask for a miracle, and then you tell us 10 minutes later, I didn't ask for a miracle. Are you
You're not
getting
even getting
real
to
or
the point
not?
where I agree with
You've
you.
got to
You're
be
not even
kidding
letting
me,
me
man.
Neff, in this context,
Please.
hang on. Let's Matt Fig. I think Matt Fig is actually opening his life up a little bit. So Matt Fig, if I'm understanding you correctly, you were there, you were having the moment of realization that, hey, my parents
I'm
aren't
one
coming
of the
back.
people that go and fucking make coffee and tea for all the old folk that come in. I'm really very much involved with the church too. I'm on like going to the pastor and his wife's house to have pizza and watch hockey and talk about Bible shit after the hockey's over. I'm very much involved with the church.
Okay, so and then you're going through this hard time in life. You're just wishing that somebody was there to, give you the hug and support and let you know that you're safe. And
Yeah, the idea of a hug
even though you're going through some shit, that it wasn't like life was going to be okay. Is that?
And it wasn't a definitive thing. I didn't get the hug. I then just went, I'm never going again. It's just I stopped going and making tea for the old folk for the morning meeting at 10 in the morning. I'm going to sleep in because it's a Sunday and I went out the Saturday night for boobs and drink. It's a gradual progression away from it. Now, don't get me wrong, man. When I left that, all right, as I've stated, I went the whole goth anti-theist thing. The person that I was dating at the time was still very Christian, did not attend the church that I attended their own church, which I would refer to as more, I can't find the words, but it wasn't in a church. It was in a function hall in the back of a hotel. It was more off the market mainstream sort of thing, if you understand what I mean. It was not, it wasn't Protestant, it wasn't Catholic, it wasn't Baptist. It was, what is it they call it in America? Non-denominational?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, more than likely.
More than likely not. I then went to that with her and continued to go with that with her to get a different perspective. All right. I stopped going, and I'll tell you the exact reason why I stopped going was because the pastor, the preacher, whatever you want to call him, after going there for a couple of months, talking to the people who had went there, 2 who were ex-alcoholics and 1 who had lost a son out of the 15 people that went there. And I'm not just saying there's a hole to be filled. I'm just saying. But he made a statement about God testing you, devil testing you, this, that, and that. And I say, how can you tell the difference between God testing you and the devil punishing you? I think was the phrasing I used. And he came out flat right and said he can't tell the difference. And this is a long story short. We were talking for a while after the sermon, but that is what sticks in my mind.
Can I give a response to that?
Yeah, if you just let me finish. That is what sticks in my mind. That is what stopped me going from mainstream church. That's what stopped me going that.
Can I answer
and
that?
then I ended up being the deistic and stuff.
Go ahead, Jungle.
That? Everything is from God. God is proving what's in your heart. There is no power that's not from God. All power is from God.
That's a trope.
It's only imagination. No, it's only imagination that where it gives the devil power to work is your imagination.
You didn't ask me
things
anything
that don't
about
exist.
church. You didn't ask me anything about what the guy's preaching. You didn't ask me anything about actual details about it. You just told me that from that 1-2 minute story that I told you that church was wrong, this was wrong. Be more open. Be more open to discussion. You're wrong. I'm wrong. This is wrong. That church is wrong. Don't just flat out say that
I'm
it's
giving
wrong.
you what the answer is. The truth is
You
that all
can't know
power is
the
from God.
answer.
There is no
You
power
can't
that's not
know
from
the
God.
answer.
This is a key. This is a key to understanding, Math Pig. If you don't understand this, you will never understand God.
And if you can't understand quantum theory, you'll never understand the mass of an electron. Let's make statements. It's just be open, man. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Don't tell me that's the answer.
I'm giving it to you.
That there is no power. It's not about
all energy, all power is from God. Everything that is something is from God, testing you or whatever.
I want the audience to see, and the people who are watching, all 5 of them, to go away thinking. That's the goal of what the conversation I'm having now is, not to convert, is not to do anything. It's for people to leave asking questions. That's it. You're flat out telling me I'm wrong and you have the answer.
So you're not interested in answers. You just want to ask questions.
No, I'm interested in conversation and differences of opinion. I will never tell you that I am right, except when it says 2 + 2 = 4.
See, so you'll never arrive at anything concrete or solid or the truth, because there is absolute truth.
In your opinion. In your deception, deception was fucking ignorant. Sorry, deception was ignorant and a slip of the tongue because it's late. In your opinion, in your beliefs, in your research, and whatever way you want to go down to it, that's your belief system, and that's yours, man. And I appreciate that, and I'm open to that. But I will
No,
never
you
tell
don't.
you.
No,
No,
you
I will
don't.
never tell you that you're wrong. I am always going to be open to you.
So you'll
I'll
be
never tell you
open
you're
to the
wrong, and I
fact
have the answer.
that there is no power that doesn't come from God, because
I
that's
will
the key
never
to
tell you
understanding
that that is
everything.
wrong. I will never disagree with you. I will always say that there's a possibility of that. I'll never tell you you're wrong.
So Matt Pick, do you think that absolute truths do or do not exist?
I know that I can't prove it. That's what I'll say. I can't
Well,
prove it either way. And I know that's a
well,
fucking
okay. Let's not talk in Cartesian certainty terms. Let's talk about in the very
You want to get down like I like
strong.
physics, man. I went to university with physics. I can give you what I think, what my favorite theory, so to speak, is. We can go down that route.
Okay, well, let's think about it in terms of we can calculate the probabilities of a wave function, right?
Yeah.
We don't actually understand really why, but we can, right?
Yeah.
And we know that this will be the very probable outcome, right? So we can't prove it 100%, but it's like, okay, it's pretty good reasonable chance, right? So in the context of truth, do you think they exist?
The context of truth. I love that statement. Go on ahead. I'm only playing fun.
No, I'm saying in that context, do you think that truth exists?
You started off with protons, electrons, and that sort of conversation, and then you ended up with truth. And I think that
no. I was making the comparison of the level of certainty we can have when calculating a wave function.
Yeah, perfect.
Even though we can't prove it 100%, which you know as well as I do, we can't prove anything 100%.
No, it's perfect. The analogy that I was going to use, the story, the thing that I was going to use is perfect for this because it's a combination of both. We know things that radioactively decay. We can take a big giant fucking chunk of it, say 5 grams, and we can dump it down, and we can say this will radioactively decay. It will give off safe or toxic, depending on what it is, gamma radiation, neutrinos, this, that, and the other. We can look down with a microscope, electron microscope, at this, that, and the other, and we can see the atoms themselves. We cannot still right now define what it is. So our definition of what is happening is it's a random atom that degrades, that goes into radioactive decay. There's obviously, because looking back with universalism, it's never been a scientific thing that's been disproven with God. It's always been we don't understand and now we do. I'm being a bit assholey, but we don't know which atom is going to decay, but we know one will decay. So
are you aware? Can I ask you a question?
Of course,
Are you aware that the laws of physics declare that matter moves towards disorder and not order? Are you in denial of that, or do you accept that scientific law?
That's a phrase that you just did. Are you talking about?
It's a scientific law.
I'm asking you. No, please.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. I'm asking you if you agree with it or deny that it's true.
Right. Well, from your phrase is what I'm saying, that the phrase that you stated.
I didn't create the second law of thermodynamics. It's accepted by every scientist in the world. I'm asking you if you agree that it's true or you deny it.
Neffy, can I please finish my sentence?
I wish you would answer the question instead of playing.
You keep cutting me off, man. Somebody moderate this.
Just get real and answer the freaking question.
I will answer the freaking question. The phrasing that you're using, I am asking you because of the way you're using it to try and lead me down a fucking.
So you fail. You can't answer the question directly. Shut up.
I am breaking down the question.
Shut up. Go away. If you can't answer a question about something fundamental to your belief system,
are you talking about entropy?
Up.
Are you trying to put the phrase across?
Shut the hell up.
Are you talking about entropy? Are you talking about
entropy?
Are you talking about entropy?
Are you talking about entropy? Are you pretend they can't answer? I'm not obligated to answer that question. That question doesn't have to be answered. The fact that atheists run like hell from such questions
I'm trying to get an
they know
understanding of
their worldview is completely irrational.
Nothing.
You just can't support it, and you're just here to blather your bullshit faith
Nothing.
in molecules. I don't care about your faith in molecules. Answer the damn question.
No, Neffy.
Shut up.
Okay.
You can't answer the question. Shut up. Go away.
Right.
People here have intellect. If you don't have the intellect to engage with people and answer a question about whether or not a law of nature is true or not, you don't have the intellect to engage people like us. So go away.
Neffy, can I
Go away.
No, you're not. There is no reason that you should shout at me for asking for clarification.
There is. You're here pretending philosophical materialism is the truth.
Me. And
you can't even answer a question about it. You can't even answer one question about your philosophical materialism.
Am I not allowed to ask for clarification because
you can't answer the question?
No, I can't till I understand what you're talking about, which is why I'm asking.
You can't understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I
the second law of thermodynamics
is so difficult to understand. We can't possibly answer that question. What the hell are you talking about? What is the second law of thermodynamics? It goes outside my mind. I'm blown away. I don't understand.
Did anybody hear me mention the second
law? Just be quiet and go away.
Now you're strong.
All right. Let's let Math Pig talk for. Let's let him respond. Go ahead, Math Pig.
The very first question that he asked when I was trying to get clarification, he made a phrase, and when I asked him before he went in his fucking rant, was, "Are you talking?"
Why not just answer the question?
Okay, let's let Math Pig. Hang on. Hey, everybody, quiet. Math Pig. For efficiency, don't recap what happened. Please just ask the direct, what is your clarification question?
Perfect. Understandable. In the phrase that you were talking about with your original thing, did you mean that you were talking about entropy?
I mentioned the second law of thermodynamics.
Just at the very end. Yes, you did. I agree with that.
Okay.
You did at the very end.
I'm going to interrupt my question relating to the second law of thermodynamics.
Talk for a while, please.
You're running from it. You're running.
I'm going to interrupt you because you cut me off and there was loads of you. The second law of entropy, or the second law of thermodynamics, was only mentioned at the end. The phrase that you said at the start about the universe going towards the end or whatever, I don't know. You talk for so fucking long.
No, I ain't saying any of those things.
Are you talking about entropy?
No, I ain't saying any of those things. I asked you if you agreed with or disagreed with the second law of thermodynamics.
At the very end of a fucking 5-minute trope, and I kept
saying you can't answer it.
Man,
look, if somebody takes 19 minutes
after 30 seconds
and still can't answer a question, a simple question about whether or not they agree or disagree with the law of thermodynamics, which is
that's just a minute at the end. The clarification I was looking for.
You know what? It demonstrates that you're a buffoon. That's what it is. You're a blathering, noisy buffoon.
Man,
you need to go away.
You haven't given me.
You can't even tell us you agree with the law of science.
Hey guys, time
just go away and be quiet.
Hey guys,
I was here before you, and we were having a wonderful.
Doesn't matter. You're not bringing anything to the table except I don't know what the hell are you talking about.
I asked for clarification.
Just go away. What is clarification? How much clarification do I need to tell you that the second law of thermodynamics?
Right,
does that require do I need to tell you who says the second law? What book it's written in? Oh, I got to tell you what date they wrote that in. What was it, 1958 and page 36? Give me a break, dude. Do you agree or disagree with the second law of thermodynamics? Duh! You can't answer the question because you're an atheist.
No,
you're a buffoon. You deny the second law of thermodynamics. You can't answer my question because you'll refute your own abiogenesis atheistic views if you agree with the second law of thermodynamics. So instead, you play these games. What the hell are you talking about? Who said that? What the hell does that mean? Blah, blah, blah. Just shut up and go away.
No,
you're not equal to us.
Okay, calm down. Hang on.
You can't even agree with science.
Hey, Neff, hang on. Okay, so
Please, for Christ's sake, share us the
Matthew,
truth.
do you agree with the second law of thermodynamics and specifically the portion of it which talks about
He's
entropy
never going to answer that question, John.
order tends to decay towards disorder?
He can't answer it because he knows answering it refutes his worldview.
Can energy order itself?
He shoots himself in the foot if he answers the question. This is why atheists hate that law.
Okay, let's let Matt
No,
respond.
I'm not gonna, because I'll go for another 20 seconds.
He just said he won't.
Okay, let's move on to something else because this is turning it. I don't know if you guys noticed. Hey, guys, if you haven't noticed, I changed my avatar to represent what's been going on for the last 20 minutes.
All that has been proven is that.
What's been proven is you can't answer one simple question about the law of physics.
The thing is that
you can't incorporate a law of physics into your worldview or use it as a negative against mine.
Every physical thing is relative. Every physical thing is relative and subject to change. So there has to be more than what's physical, because the physical is the result of what is not physical.
I mean, if you have to deny the laws of physics in order to argue for your worldview, then you can't claim science supports your worldview. You see, so an atheist, when they do this, and I've seen countless atheists do this over the years I've been doing this stuff on the internet, there are hundreds that I've engaged with that do this, and you're just one more. They do this, they run from this, because the reason they know this, if they answered and said, yes, the second law of thermodynamics is true, then abiogenesis and cosmic evolution are not plausible. It's not plausible that a cosmic boom, a dot exploded, that produced matter that organized itself into space probes, Beethoven symphonies, novels like War and Peace, statues like King David, and space probes, and organisms like human beings that ultimately stare at the stars and consider their place in the cosmos while believing in God. See, that's not plausible that a cosmic dot explodes and produces that. They understand that because matter moves towards disorder, not order. Right?
Disorder.
So that's why atheists despise the laws of physics. They'll tell you that they hold that the laws of physics is science, and they're atheists. We're scientists, and we hold to science. But the truth is, every atheist actually hates all the laws of science. Because the laws of science tell us it's irrational to the nth degree that matter, a cosmic dot, exploded and produced Beethoven, space probes, and human beings that believe in God. And they know that, so they hate the laws of nature. That's why you won't answer the question.
Because there's more.
So, hang on. So,
there's more disorder than order.
Been being very quiet. You got anything you want to inject into the nuclear meltdown that's going on?
No, I'm good.
He's like, I'm not stepping into this.
You sit there, get the beard oil out, get that fucking brush going. Look after that beard, man. That's the best thing you can do right now. It's just.
Well, Matt Pig, I'm just pointing out that your worldview 15 seconds to be rational and stuff, but it's not. It's irrational. You come here and tell us that your world.
Wasn't even talking on topic. He had to cut me off and
but you can't even answer one question about science. How can your worldview be scientifically valid if you can't even answer one question about science or acknowledge that a law of nature is true?
Because I'm trying to have a conversation with you,
we can just completely
Oh man, you've won. No, you've won. I'm gonna mute again, and you can rant.
Of course, I've won.
And you won. No, you won.
Can beards shave themselves?
All right, now I want to say something. All right, Matt Pig, how you doing, man? Are you?
I'm finding it very funny right now. The sinner saved by grace. Would you? What way would you prefer me to refer to you as?
Well, I'm raw. I used to be raw 5069. I changed my name to the Time Traveler, but Raw the Time Traveler.
My name's Robbie. I'll dox myself. There
Nice,
you are.
nice to meet you. My real name is Robert.
So
That's
yes,
what
my real
raw.
name's Robert. We are both famous and anointed by kings.
There
I
you
think
go.
is
There's a lot of
that-
Bobs in the world, right?
Yeah. Nice to
So
talk to you, then, Rob.
I have one question for you, brother. And do you love your daughter?
You would not believe, man. I spent 45 minutes a day with a cap from a 500 milliliter bottle trying to catch shrimp, freshwater shrimp, no more than 5 millimeters long, because she wanted to put them in a bottle and take it home.
I hear you, brother. I've got a son your age, and I've got a granddaughter that's 11 years old, and I love her beyond words.
Man, I booked last week.
And I just want to say I love you, even though we disagree on the God issue. You know, I'm a believer in Christ, and I believe God loves you. And I believe He sent His Son to die for you, as well as He did for me. And that's all I wanted to say. And I love Neffy. I've known him for 10 years. I've known Jungle Jargon probably for 10 years, at least going on 10 years, wouldn't you say, Jungle? So I just wanted to say that I love you like you love your daughter. And
man, I would like, I've had Christians. I am an atheist, agnostic mess, whatever the fuck it is.
well,
I've had lots of Christians on for interviews.
I wanted
love
to give you that hug you didn't get that day, is all I'm saying.
Well, I would love to have you on some night to talk, man.
I wish that those people would have been there for you, and I'm sorry that they weren't. But it doesn't mean God doesn't want to still give you that hug today.
3 years doing this shit. You don't think I want Naffy, please, if I can retort
I don't
to him,
hate you. I
please,
hate
let
the
me retort to
conclusions
him
you
and I
come to.
leave. And you can have the whole fucking floor to talk for 10 hours. Do not get me wrong. I am not in any disbelief that it would not be the best thing in the world to go and talk to my grandfather again. It wouldn't be the best thing in my world to go and meet these people again. You know, I'm not of the disbelief that this is a, possibility, open, and all the rest. As I say, I'm that much in the fence that 3 weeks ago when my daughter kicked me between the legs, I was 3 days in hospital.
I heard about that.
Yeah, there you go, man. Seriously, I'm that on the fence, right? You know, I cannot, and I will never state either way. Never. No matter what the conversations we go, I can only say in reference to Neffy and Jungle, I have only put across as best as I can my personal testimony and the gospel honest truth, so to speak, not trying to be disrespectful.
Well, you know that both of them are just reaching out to you, brother.
I
know you don't hate me, but you keep talking over the top of me. Please, just let me finish, Neffy. Right?
I didn't think you were talking, Master.
I've never shut up all night. You just
I know. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't hate you. I hate the conclusions you come to, and the fact that you attempt to lead others to believe those false.
No. I want to just I know. I'm sorry. I will interrupt because I have a problem with that. I do not lead. That was the point I was making.
That's why you're here.
The reason that I reached out to the sinner and asked him. Sorry, just a shorthand you to the sinner. But
you're here now.
Spartan theology is a good friend of mine. Very,
you just lied because that's why you're here. You're here to argue against theists. So
no, do you want to know the truth?
Try to lead anybody to believe anything.
Do you want to actually hear the truth?
You're a liar. We all lie. We're all liars. We're all sinners. But you want to hear the truth? That's not true.
Do you want to hear the genuine, honest truth?
Well, I just heard a lie. You said you don't try to leave other people to believe your views, and that's what you're here for.
Sinner saved by
that's why you're here.
He's like to hear the genuine reason why I joined.
You know what? You're just completely disingenuous.
I can give you the gut. Like
I'm here to cause people to believe that Jesus Christ is the truth and He's the creator of the universe. You're here to cause people to believe that we don't need to believe that.
No, that's not the reason why I joined.
Yes, it is. Of course it is.
No, it's not.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie, man. It's not a lie. And you could say that over and over again. The reason. The reason
you came here to defend your worldview versus ours.
No. The reason.
No. Then why'd you come
the
to
reason.
a hangout, to a live stream devoted to atheism or theism being true? Please, come on.
Would you like me to be honest with you, or will you let me finish?
No, you won't be honest. You've already
I'm
demonstrated
trying
you're
to be
lying
honest. You
about it. Come on, you can't. You can't.
can I speak with you? Can you mute yourself, Neffy, and let me speak? And I will give you the gospel as no disrespect. Sorry, that's a habit over here.
You can't fix it.
No, that's ingrained in my brain from
Yeah,
fucking 25 years of it's been
I
spoken
thought you
here.
were an atheist, Math Pig. I thought you were an atheist, but you're
Yeah,
not really an
It's
atheist.
culturally
Is that what you're
built
saying?
into the way that we speak over here. As I said, for 25 years, it was built into. I just said that.
And you came here just to chat
Man,
with
I'm
me.
trying to be honest with you. Will you let me speak? The reason
You're
that
not
I
being
joined,
honest. You're being
reason.
completely dishonest. Everything
No,
you say
the
is
genuine
dishonest.
reason. Let me finish. The reason
There's no
that I
genuine.
joined tonight. The reason that I joined tonight is out of respect for Antangelo. Antangelo
No,
comes
it's
in.
not.
Antangelo comes in, and as I said
No,
earlier,
it isn't.
you see, like
No,
Sinner,
you
are you
came here
seeing
to
this?
tell people they
Are
don't
you
need
seeing
to
this, Sinner?
believe in theism to
No,
be
I wanted to come
a
in
true
to
human
see.
being.
That was it. That
No,
was
I
your cover
wanted to come
story.
in.
That was the
I
cover
wanted to
story.
come in to
No,
see.
that's a cover story.
I wanted to come in to see if
Good
Antangelo
point, John.
was as even and as
It's a
fair
cover
as I
story.
tried to be. And I stood up for
No,
it
that's a
on multiple occasions. I
that's
come
a
in to
cover
see if he
story
would
like
provide me
Jungle
with the
Boy
same
Town.
respect. And Antangelo did, LPP did, the Sinner Saved by Grace did, and up until about 20 minutes ago, Jungle did as well.
No, that's a spiel.
No,
Jungle is
you're
right.
right. You don't like
This
the
is
way
why
it's
you
said.
have an animal picture with a joint in its mouth, because you're
Where's your right?
demonstrating
I'll put my
that your
camera on that.
worldview explains that humans are nothing but animals, and smoking a joint and all moral activity is all purely relative, and
That's
there's
actually
no moral absolutes. This is the image we get from this pig smoking a joint. Right?
That's a cigar.
Is
I
that
smoke cigars. Is that a problem?
it doesn't matter. The image is
Joints
of
and
a guy
cigars are
smoking
completely
a
different. You're
pig
trying to portray
smoking
me
a
as
joint.
no.
And the reason you have that icon is because you want to express moral
No,
relativism.
the reason, as I
And-
explained earlier, if
Yes,
you're
of course it
watching
is.
that I have this icon, is
Look,
my
I'm too
name is what it
intelligent for
was,
that.
and
You've got
someone
a
made
pig
me
and a
this
human
icon.
being
You're
suit
bullshitting now. No, I
trying to
literally
making it
explained
look
why
like
I
the
have this
humans are
icon.
nothing
You're
more than an
bullshitting.
animal, and smoking a joint is not any less immoral than not smoking a joint. So everything about you is demonstrated to explain to your views that moral relativism is the truth, and screw Christianity, middle finger us straight up
I don't
toward
know what you're
Christ.
talking about with mortal.
No, listen, friend, I'm enlightened and I'm too much for
You
you.
are the Doogie Doogie SVT fan
okay.
club. It's nice to talk
The
to you. I seen
fact
you there the
is,
other night. It was lovely to
even
talk
your
to you.
icon demonstrates
My
your
icon was
worldview.
randomly made by someone.
No, it
who
wasn't
felt-
randomly made.
It was made. I
It
told the story
demonstrates
earlier.
something about your mindset.
No, I didn't make this
No?
icon. This was
Oh, so I should change mine to a wrecked car. And that will explain something about who I am.
Naffy. Can I have 20
Oh,
seconds?
please shut up the
So-
hell and go
20
away.
seconds.
So you're
Just
not
shut
an
up.
atheist then?
We're tired of your BS.
No,
All you can do is BS. I don't
I thought
have
you
an
were an
icon that
atheist.
expresses anything about myself. I don't believe this. I don't believe that.
Naffy,
Get out of here.
watch the video.
What the heck, man?
Strong man me. Kick me
For
out.
crying out loud. My icon doesn't mean anything about who I am or what I
It's
think.
not. Man, my
It's just
icon
randomly created
was
crap
made
given to me
as a
by
gift.
somebody and I chose to use it. Yeah.
Oh, you'll love the story. You'll hit
Oh
me
my
even more.
gosh.
You'll
Are you
genuinely
that
hit me
dumb?
more.
Look, are you that stupid that you think other people believe what you say?
What are you talking about, man?
Are you really that stupid
Yes.
that you think people
So
are
he wants to
believing
hear
what you
everybody's
say?
story.
You've got to be
He wants
kidding
to
me.
hear everybody's idea, everybody's belief, everybody's story. He doesn't want to arrive at the truth. He doesn't want to find out what the truth is.
Got to be kidding me, man.
There.
People use icons for themselves, you know. They're
My
just
icon,
randomly
man,
created
being
by
the
somebody. It was
stupidest
randomly created by somebody.
off camera. Now,
It
Naffy,
doesn't have
can you
anything to
return
do with
that?
what
Can
I
you return
think,
the favor?
right?
Can you return the favor, Naffy?
You're just so utterly
No, you see, you
disingenuous.
can't. I'm not afraid.
utterly disingenuous.
I'm just, man, the reason that this icon
You
was
can't
created,
even agree about the reason you have this icon. You have to lie about it, try to save face.
man, there's 3 years of
pitiful.
evidence going back as far as somebody you
It
would hate
doesn't
called
matter. It's
Skylar Fiction.
pitiful.
It's
pitiful.
It's pitiful.
You say it was randomly created by somebody and given to me.
No, I didn't say it was randomly created.
Yes, you
I
did.
said that the icon was created by someone as a thank you.
Play it back. That's what you said.
It
now
is
you
the
deny
truth.
that.
You can deny it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
The sinner saved by grace.
Wow.
Are you on Discord, Twitter, anything like that?
Oh my gosh.
Me?
This is truly pitiful.
No, I'm just here on YouTube, brother. I'm on Facebook, but I don't use it.
Do you have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, but
Perfect.
I don't really.
That's it.
I don't really use it right now either. I've kind of been
No, that's
retired.
cool. I'll leave a comment or something under one of your videos. I'll reach out.
I don't even have the comments on. The only thing you're going to find on my channel is my songs, and you're welcome to go listen to them.
Well, if you ever feel like having a conversation, man, out of all that's happened tonight, I would please let me at least have the respect to say thank you to the people who have hosted me and leave dignity without you interrupting me.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Or not.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Nice.
Do you believe that human beings are purely matter and don't have a spirit?
That's a loaded question. I don't believe that they're purely matter, but
you don't believe they're purely matter?
No, I believe most of us are just empty space, but then there's another science question. But don't bump.
Wait, so do you believe that human beings
have
a
not with me poking fun. Seriously, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Rob,
a non-physical sentient component, or are they just made of matter? Oh, look, he runs from that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, good God.
Yeah,
how you guys been? Neffy, how you doing?
Good.
How you doing, Jungle?
I'm surviving, man. You doing all right, John?
I'm doing good. I've been working on my solar panels, and I got my solar system up and running, and it's running my two-phase air conditioner and my two-phase well pump, so I'm good to go.
Awesome,
it runs through
man.
the night too.
Awesome. How many solar panels you got?
Well, I got 8 410 watts, and then another 16 100 watts, which are basically the same thing. But
that's a lot, right?
I got like 50 amps out of it because one of the strings is not working. I have to get it working. I think I know what it is, but I should get like maybe even 60
Are you
amps.
saying you got these gigantic solar panels producing
Yeah.
electricity for your home?
You said you got 8 400-watt panels? Wow.
I got 8 400-watt panels, yeah.
These are like huge. How big are
4
these
and 4.
What kind of battery
I can hardly pick one.
What kind of battery?
Lithium.
How many?
It's lithium phosphate iron or iron phosphate.
So how big are these solar panels? How many meters or feet by feet?
They're pretty big.
It's almost as big as I am, and it's almost as wide as what I can. Well, not quite as wide. My arms are like more over 6 feet long, but they're not that wide. But I don't know. It'll just whatever. They're big and heavy. About the heaviest ones ever.
You didn't tell me really. How many feet wide do you think by feet long they are?
How many
I would guess maybe 4 or 5 feet wide, and maybe maybe 6 feet long or something like that. I don't know. I wasn't thinking.
That's about
how many of those do you have?
8.
I got
8.
You said he's got 8 of them. Wow.
Yeah.
And those produce a heck of a lot of juice, right? A lot of electricity.
I got 50. I got 50 amps out of it with a full sun charging the battery when they first charge up.
That's
got
incredible.
50 amps out of it. But then once they get charged up, they get up to, it was 48 volt system, but it gets up to around 53, 54 volts. Then it cuts back to charging the amps. It cuts back the amps until it gets to like 55 volts.
Wow. Wow.
That's amazing.
That's awesome, man.
And can these run?
That's awesome, man.
How much of your household is this capable? This is powering your house, right? And if so,
it's powering
how
my
much
mini
of your
split.
house's
My mini-
electrical needs does this provide?
I have I have a mini refrigerator. It's not a big one. I have after lighting, I'm putting in fluorescent lighting. That's LED fluorescent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
LED,
Not
real
fluorescent.
power
LED
efficient.
lighting,
Great
but they look
choice. Yeah,
they look like fluorescent bulbs, but they're LED.
yeah, LED is very power
But
efficient. Good.
yeah, and they're very
Yeah,
bright too.
you
But
could probably
it runs.
you could probably run a deep freezer pretty easy. They use a lot less electricity as a refrigerator.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so
Yeah, they do. They're
like
really
a
I'm
chest
actually
freezer. Yeah.
Yeah, a deep
I'm
freeze
actually using
uses virtually, I mean, almost no electricity for a whole
Yeah.
year. They're super cheap, and
Yeah,
you know
when
what
you
you
open
can
the
do with
lid.
those is if you have extra space in them that you don't have with food, what you can do is take like empty milk jugs, wash them out, fill them with water about
Yep.
3/4 of the way. Don't fill them all the way up because as water freezes, it expands in a burst. So fill them about 3/4 of the way up with water. Put them in that bottom down there and let them freeze
Yeah.
solid. And all that ice down there in the bottom of your deep freeze will make your deep freeze work even less.
Right. The
To stay
compressor won't
cold.
come on as much. Yeah.
That's right, because you have all that ice in there. You have gallons worth of ice down there. Yep.
Yeah. Also, a cold sinks. You know, heat rises and cold sinks. So the chest kind, when you open the top, it doesn't the cold doesn't all fly out like a refrigerator door. You know, when you open a
Right.
refrigerator, all the cold comes out, and when you open a deep freeze, you don't lose nearly as much. A chest kind,
which
you know.
which never made sense to me because they got freezers like a refrigerator, and all the cold comes out when you open the door. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
Exactly.
small
Anyway.
deep freeze is a great way to go. Fill the bottom of it with milk jugs, filled 3/4 of the way with water, and let them freeze solid. You have a 1.5 foot, nothing but ice at the bottom of that thing. That'll make it run so efficient, it's unbelievable. You
50
use
amps
almost
is
no electricity. To keep
50
that thing.
amps is awesome, brother. That's
50 amps.
what is in a normal house? 200 or 100 or what is it? 200 amps, I think.
Well,
If you're on the grid.
but you don't use. I mean, you don't use that much. I have the mini split that I have uses like maybe between 10 and 17 amps if it's really hot. And then I have a well pump. It's 2-phase. They're both 2-phase, and it can handle. I only have a 5,000 watt inverter, and it's
Right.
it runs the well pump and it runs the mini split air conditioner. They're both 2-phase because I have.
I
It's a
remember you telling me you
2-phase
were
inverter.
getting. I remember you telling me you were getting moved in and getting set up. Sounds like you've done a lot of it. Wow, man.
Yeah, and I
That's
got to
awesome.
work on insulation now for the summer and winter because it gets hot in the summer and cold in the winter.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, brother. I've just applied for my Social Security, and come November I'll be retired, and I plan on building something myself. So I might
I
be
didn't apply.
trying to get a hold of you. I might need some
Yeah.
help with solar.
Yeah, I could help you out for sure with that. I try to spend as little as possible.
Yeah.
But I didn't apply for the Social Security yet. Maybe in 3 years I got to apply. Then I'll be
I went
the
ahead
ripe
and
old
did
age
it.
of 60s.
I
Yeah,
went ahead and did
and I'm
it, man.
waiting as long as I can.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I would have got a lot more if I would have waited, but I decided to go ahead and do it. And Yeah, pray for me.
Yeah, my neighbor
because
did too.
the next
My
couple of
neighbor-
years I'm going to be going through what you've been going through. So
Yeah. Yeah,
I need to
my
find a
neighbor
piece of
did the
dirt.
same
You know what I
thing.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's everybody needs their own piece of land, you know.
Yeah, I'm an
You
important
gotta have
brother.
and
I pay somebody every month for a little bitty piece of land.
Yeah,
Space.
I do too, Neffy. And you know what? There's places here in Florida that you can get still on the cheap. Now you got to be in the middle of nowhere, but that's where I want to be anyway.
Pensacola.
But no, I'm
Pensacola is
probably
still cheap there.
I'm looking around the Palatka area on the St. John's, but somewhere in that area. But
Okay.
I don't want to be on the armpit
Yeah.
of Florida. That's where all the hurricanes hit.
Yeah,
That's where
no doubt.
the hurricane. Well, you can
So
get
you're in the
back a ways
Panhandle?
in the woods though, right?
You in the Panhandle, Raw?
No, I'm in Orlando right now.
Oh,
But
I was born.
Palatka,
Yeah, I
Palatka
lived in
is
Orlando when I was about 3 years old.
yeah, Palatka is north of me about it's almost straight across east from Gainesville. So if you leave Gainesville and drive toward the St. Johns River going east, you would run right into Palatka, basically.
Okay. So you're in the hot place, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you need to move north if you can. And get away
No,
from
I don't want that snow.
No, yeah, you'd be.
I don't want to be chopping wood. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
throwing some blankets on me. I don't want to be chopping no wood.
I got a picture of 10 below zero here in Missouri.
Wow.
You live in Missouri?
I never experienced 10 below zero.
That's hard to believe it ever
Yeah.
got 10 below in Missouri. Wow.
Southern Missouri. Yeah.
Southern.
I think we're headed in a mini ice age. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
rare. That's rare because
Yeah.
I lived in Chicago for almost 20 years, and
Yeah.
I experienced 30 below.
Wow.
And
30.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
shocking, even for
That's a lot.
Chicago.
It was rare. Yeah, it was rare. First year I was there, battery
I've been in
froze right in the
Montana. It
car.
was 42 degrees below zero the night we moved away from that state.
Oh my
But
God.
that didn't include the wind chill factor. It was 42 below zero, man.
Yeah, I
It's so
think
cold you
the
could
30
spit,
was
and when it hit
wind
the
chill.
ground, it would shatter. Yeah,
Wow.
that's how cold it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, it's so cold when it's that cold. It feels you walk outside from a warm house and it feels like somebody punches you right in the face.
Man, I tell you, it's crazy cold. I've seen it. You know, I lived in Montana for 3 years, 3.5 years, and I've seen 42 degrees below zero. It was unbelievably
Didn't you say
cold.
you're in Mississippi now?
I live in Mississippi. I have for a long time.
I was born in Greenville, man.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, that's
Yep.
about 50 miles north of where I live.
Yeah, you're close. Wow, you're really close to. Yeah, Greenville's right on the Mississippi River.
Florida too.
Yeah, yeah. I've been to Greenville once. I went up there
ain't
with a
much
friend
there.
who drove me up there.
A lot of cotton
No,
fields.
catfish farms up there now. A lot of catfish farms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a rich uncle that lives there still.
Hmm.
My dad's brother.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Is he a catfish
America's amazing.
No, he did tugboats.
Oh yeah, but the tugboat industry is pretty prominent in the state of Mississippi. A lot of corporations have posts along the river, Mississippi River, where they provide tugboat services for shipping. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad ended up being the black sheep of the family.
Had some friends that did that, and back in the 70s when I was a teenager, and one of them, he actually got killed in a car wreck. One of my friends. Yeah, his brother was driving the car, and they pulled out in front of an 18-wheeler and got slammed into it.
Wow, sorry to hear that.
Well, he wasn't a real close friend of mine, but I knew him, and we hung out together some. But his mom had a tugboat actually named after her, the Gilda Sheridan. It was called the Gilda Sheridan. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
We're
getting old, aren't
I
we,
drive
fellas?
by. I drive by this boat. This boat. It's in somebody's yard, and it's like an old boat. It's not a big boat. It's just a boat, but it's named Miss PJ. I drive by it sometimes.
She was great. That Gilda
I thought
Sheridan, my friend's mom, she was awesome. We would, a bunch of us we'd show up down in the bottom floor of the house to play pool together and they had a recreation room. We'd play pool. She would come down there with pans of Mississippi mud to treat us. She'd make it for us. Just on a Saturday, we'd hang out. If you don't know what Mississippi mud is, it's a pan treat. It's a dessert. It's like brownies with marshmallow cream swirled around through it, and walnuts, broken walnuts on top, and stuff like that. And you cut it out with with a big spoon and serve it on a plate. Oh my God, it's enough sugar to kill a horse, but great Scots. That stuff is good, man. It's got fudge on it and everything. We'd be playing pool downstairs. She'd bring us a pan of that down. This is the kind of woman she was. She, just because she wanted to make us happy, she'd come down there with a pan of Mississippi mud and some plates and forks and stuff. Say, you boys enjoy yourselves, and be like, "Wow, Mom, you're the greatest, man."
Yeah, it's nice.
She was awesome, lady.
I like brownies. And we used to make oatmeal cookies too with chocolate oatmeal cookies. I like those too.
Yeah. I can't eat oats, man, because they cause me allergy. I'm allergic to oats. If I eat much oats, I'll get hives. It's bad, crazy.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to eat more oats than wheat.
Yeah, some strains of
corn
wheat
instead of wheat.
Well, I had this crazy thing happen to me. I had some kind of a mutation happen to me when I caught strep throat in 1993, and it caused a mutation in my body that caused me to become allergic to a dozen foods overnight.
That can happen.
Yeah, it's really weird. And I went to the Mississippi Asthma and Allergy Clinic to figure out what's going on. And after suffering with this for a while, they tested me. They pricked me on the back with about 50 times with different stuff, and they made me lay still.
Yeah.
And they look for the ones that grow up into a bump, and they say, "Oh, that's the one you're allergic to." It's a test they put me through, and they determined that I was allergic to a half a dozen things. It was because of a mutation caused by getting strep throat. Strep throat somehow caused a mutation to occur in my DNA that screwed up my immune system and made me overnight, not instantly, not like over a period of months. It was like instantaneously I was allergic to these 6 foods, and that was like weird, and I suffered with that bad for a couple of years. I had knots, hives on me that were standing up a half an inch, quarter inch tall, that itched like crazy. I suffered bad with that for years, man, for about 4 or 5 years. And but my body slowly corrected itself. I'm almost completely free of it, not completely, because the doctors at that clinic said, this happens very frequently to about 1 out of 10 human beings between the ages of 20 and 35, and it usually corrects itself within 6 to 8 years. So good luck. You're gonna suffer for a while. You got 6 to 8 years of this pain before your body generally fixes it. It's going to take a while. And they were right. 6 to 8 years later, my body had almost, but not completely corrected itself of this problem. They were spot on.
Yeah, I had something similar. It wasn't exactly the same, but one time I drank some like contaminated sugarcane juice or something, or coconut juice, or forget what. Coconut juice, I think it was, but it was like contaminated, really bad, and I got really sick. So anything after that, anything that was slightly contaminated, it would just give me the runs right away. Immediately. It was like, it's a response, a reaction,
Wow.
to the to the
Yeah.
exposure. I
Yeah.
just thought that was funny, you know.
Oh man, yeah, the immune system. It's ingenious, that it's
Yeah.
able to fix this stuff. I mean, it's crazy. But the fact that it happens even is weird. A lot of people suffer with it. I mean, I used to go to work with knots on my feet that were a half-inch big. They'd be like golf balls buried in my skin. And they would cause me, I'd kick
Oh,
my
that's horrible.
shoes off and scrape my foot against the laces on the other foot to itch, to scratch it
Wow.
because it hurt so bad. I would just be like, "Urgh! Oh, this itches down to my core, like to my bones." I couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suffered with it for years. It was terrible. And I
Wow.
went to
And
the
that was
hospital
because of
once.
strep throat.
I was strep throat. Yeah, overnight. In fact, I tried to. I solved the issue. I went to the University of Mississippi Medical Center, and they studied me upside down and backwards. They tested me for gonorrhea, for syphilis, for HIV, for all the stuff, and came back negative. Right, and then as I was leaving the hospital with no answers, right, there was a pediatrician standing at a desk signing papers, and I was so desperate for help. I turned to him. I said, "Excuse me,
Yeah.
doctor." I said, "Can would you look at me? Can you tell me what's wrong with me?" And I had knots all over my forearms. Right, and I held my arms out and said, "Can you tell me what's wrong with me?" Because I was so desperate. I was almost in tears. He looked at me and said, "It was amazing. He solved the issue. He knew." The doctors and interns in the emergency room, they couldn't tell me what was wrong with me. They were clueless, right? But this doctor, this baby
Yeah.
doctor, what do they call him?
Yeah.
What do they call him? A baby doctor? I forgot.
Pediatrician.
But anyway, he turned to look at me and said, that's an algomeric rash. You need to stop eating whatever you're allergic to." And he solved the issue right
Yeah.
away. I mean, he just because he sees this in babies all the time that have allergic reactions and have
Yeah.
knots on them, right? And he turned and looked at me and saw the knots on me and says, "You're having an algomeric rash. Stop eating what you're allergic to." Just that simple. But the doctors in the emergency room I
Yeah.
just came from, but I just left the hospital. I'm leaving the hospital. There's a doctor at a desk signing papers. I turn and ask him this question. He answers the question for me immediately. He knew the answer because he deals with babies that have rashes, right? He knew the
Yeah.
answer immediately, right? And I just spent 6 hours in the emergency room, and four
That's
doctors looked at me and couldn't tell me what's wrong with me. And as I'm leaving, this pediatrician takes one look at me and says, "You're having an aldermeric rash. Stop eating those foods." He solved it immediately. Unbelievable, man. I just couldn't believe that
yeah.
these doctors studied me for 5 hours, couldn't tell me what's wrong. And then this baby doctor tells me
Right.
instantly what's wrong. It was crazy.
That's just like the scientists and evolutionists that think they know so much and they don't know anything. This academics, they hate God and they hate anything, good, any good teaching, and they teach all this nonsense, and they think they're right. They think they have the science behind them, and they don't have the science behind them.
Yeah.
We're almost nobody. We're like a baby doctor. We have the science behind us.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Well, they
It's
come
amazing.
into places like this and they want to debate with creationists and Christians, and they proclaim that that they have a rational position. Their worldview is rationally based and all that. But then when you query them about
And
it,
it's not.
they get all offended, and they pretend that you're being abusive by simply asking them to defend their worldview while they're attempting to indoctrinate you that this is the truth. It's so pitiful.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And the main thing is these academics, they're, misleading thousands and millions of kids from the truth, And then, so then the kid, after he grows up and he has to stumble across the truth himself from somewhere, because of his indoctrination in the schools and his, misinformation that he was given in an educational system. It's not supposed to be teaching nonsense like that.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah, I
it
just get
annoys
so
me.
offended. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well,
It
no,
annoys.
it annoys me because because they're they destroy everything, destroys everything. Misinformation, bad information,
Right.
is what causes all the problems in the world.
Right, misinformation, and that's what they're putting forth. And then they claim that, like this guy that was in here says indoctrination is a bad idea. But he came here to indoctrinate others to believe that his worldview is as sound as ours, right? And you and I are Christians, right?
Yeah, I think
And
he's
and
all over the place. He doesn't know what to believe.
and then when asked what's the support for that, he gets all pissed off and acts like he's offended because we asked him to support his worldview. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah.
That's like a declaration that I came here to blather, and I don't have anything to tell you that's true. It's an admission.
But he wants the people, he wants to believe himself, and he wants other people to believe that he's
Right.
being honest to weigh all the
Exactly.
facts and consider all the facts and everything. And he's the most honest person there is.
Right.
And he even said he's the one that's doing it right.
Right.
He even said it.
Yeah, but then when asked to explain his beliefs and things, he acts like oh my gosh, you're being abusive for asking him that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
You're telling me your
he was
worldview
being
is more
evasive. See, that's the
substantial,
whole thing.
but then it's abusive to ask you to support your worldview. I mean, give me a
But
what does that
he can talk
demonstrate? You're
about
here
other
to
people.
indoctrinate people to believe something you don't even have reason to believe yourself.
Well, he can talk about other people. He'll talk about Dawkins. He'll talk about this person, Matt Dillahunty. He'll talk about the other person. He'll talk about everybody. But when it comes to talking about him and his belief, he doesn't want to talk about it. His position.
Yeah, that's right. Doesn't want to talk about it suddenly. I find that to be
Yeah,
so pitiful. That's such an
but
example of
he's so
atheist failure. There couldn't be a better example of atheist failure than that.
yeah. But he wants everybody to think he's so open minded and honest about everything, all the
Right.
positions, considering all the positions. He's gotta hear from everybody, and he's never arriving at the truth. So what good is it?
Exactly. It's pitiful. It's exactly what it is. Well, listen, brother, I'm going to cut out of here. It's been good talking to you, JJ. You have a good
Yeah,
weekend, my man. And
yeah. Likewise.
always enjoy talking to you, brother. We'll talk to you
Okay,
another
Nation.
time. Have a good weekend. God bless
All right.
everybody.
Yeah, God bless.
Okay, man. Take care. Good night.
Thing is, yeah, good night. I go to. So, hasta luego, everybody. Bye bye, as we say in the airline business. Take it easy. You want the truth? Draw near to the Word of God, to the Word of truth, and you will not be disappointed.